Hello everyone, welcome to a class of C++ beginners tutorial for learning basic programming in C++. So if you're planning to learn basic programming in C++, then you're in the right place because in this class, we will cover everything to get you started with C++ programming. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to C++ programming, the installation and setup, drawing a shape, understanding about variables, different data types in C++, learning about strings, learning about numbers, getting the input from user, building a basic calculator using C++, building a Madlibs game in C++, understanding about arrays, using functions in C++, getting the return statement, learning about the if statement, comparison inside the if statement, building a four functional calculator, understanding about the switch statement, the while loop, the for loop. After completing this class, you will be able to understand the basic of programming, set up the development environment, learn about variables and data types, learn about operators, learn different functions, learn arrays and strings. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project and you can do practice while you are learning. You'll have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning C++ programming together. Hello everyone and welcome you all to our C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 1 where I'll be giving you guys a small introduction to the C++ programming. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys in this particular chapter that what all we are going to learn throughout our classes. Okay, I'll be just giving you guys a small brief that throughout this whole tutorial, what all we'll be learning in detail. Okay, so about those things, I'll be giving you guys a small brief. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So the topic over here is a beginner's journey into C++ programming. Okay. So if you don't have any experience in programming before in any language, you can join this particular class and you can just start your programming journey with this particular tutorial as well. Okay. So throughout this tutorial, I have tried to make it quite simple that you do understand from the very basic. Okay, so we will try to cover each and everything over here into this particular class to get you started with any kind of programming. Okay, so first off, the topic is unlocking the power of C++. So over here into this particular class, we will be discovering the fundamentals of C++, a powerful and a versatile programming language. Okay, so over here we will see that why it is a versatile and a powerful programming language. Okay, so there are other languages as well. There is HTML, CSS, we do have Python, okay, we do have React JS, okay, JavaScript and stuff. There are a lot of these languages, but this is quite a powerful and a versatile programming language. So we will be basically exploring its syntax, different kind of data types. We will be learning about the control structures, and here we will be laying the foundation for your programming journey. As I've already told you that if you don't have any previous experience in programming, whether it be in any language, here through this particular tutorial, you will get exposure to your first programming journey. And the second topic over here is that we will be learning about variables and different kind of data types. Okay, so we will be understanding the importance of variables in C++, how to declare them, and the different data types available, including integers, what is a floating point number, and also about characters. We will also learn that if you do have a particular data type, how you will be able to assign value and basically perform some basic operations. Okay, so if you do have a particular data, and over into that particular data, if you want to put value inside that data, how you will do that. And once you do that, then only you will be able to perform a basic operation. So we'll learn how you will be able to do that over here into this particular chapter as well. So the next point over here is control flow and conditional statements. Okay, so over here we will explore the control flow in C++ programs, which will include if and else statements. Okay, so we'll be learning about the if and else statement, how it actually works. We will be learning about switch statements and also about different kind of loop. Okay, so we do have the for loop, we do have the while loop, we do have the do while loop. We will also understand how to make decisions and basically how you can control the execution of your code. Okay, so using the if and else statement, you will be able to decide that what particular answer to show, which will actually help you to make your own decisions and basically control the total execution of the code, that how it actually uh, presents itself when you try to run your particular code in any IDE. Okay, so the next point over here is functions and modularity. Okay, so we will be discovering the power of different kind of functions in C++. We will learn how to define them and how to call them individually. Okay, and also we will learn about different kind of function parameters. Okay, like if you put this particular function, how it will basically act. Okay, what are the parameters that we need to follow if you want to basically conduct any particular function, and what is basically going to be the return value, or how you are going to organize your code into modular and a reusable component. Okay, so we will be learning about that. And also, we are going to learn about arrays and pointers. Okay, so you guys might be thinking that I am explaining you guys all of these things. You guys might get a bit confused, like, what are these things? You don't know anything yet. But once we move deeper into our classes, you guys will get up a better idea about what I'm trying to say right over here. Just telling you guys the points, just to remember the points. Okay, we are going to learn arrays and pointers. You don't have to know in detail, but just a small introduction or just a brief about this whole tutorial. Okay, so we'll learn that how to actually use arrays in C++, like how you will be able to declare them. And also, if you do have an array, how you will be able to manipulate them and also basically run the code after manipulating them as well. Okay, we'll be exploring about pointers, okay, which basically allow you to work with memory addresses and also dynamic memory allocation, which is helping you opening up more advanced programming techniques. Okay, so we will also learn about arrays and pointers. And lastly, I'd like to say that continuing your C++ journey with a solid grasp of the fundamentals will basically help you in your career a lot. Okay, so now basically you are ready to expand your C++ knowledge, and over here, we will also learn or explore about the object-oriented programming, about the file input and output. We will also learn more advanced topics to basically become a proficient C++ programmer. Okay. And in this particular language or any programming language, the possibilities are endless. Okay. If you think that with this particular language, if you are a pro, you think that I can make some of the best websites, I can just make some better user experience, obviously you guys can do so. Okay. There is no end in learning. But to basically move on to the advanced side of any particular programming language, you should basically have a strong root. Okay. So throughout this tutorial, I'll try to use the most basic way to make you guys understand the usage of C++ in programming. I'll try to explain you guys with very simple examples over here. So let's not waste time, and we will see you all in our next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where I'll be showing you guys the installation and the setup of C++. Okay, so this is basically the higher version of C programming, which is C++. We will learn that before starting your program, how you will be able to install that and also set it up in your PC. So for that, let's not waste time and let's get started. So as you guys already know that C++ is basically a very powerful programming language. Okay. So if you're just starting your coding journey with C++, it's a very nice language which you can basically learn. And the first version for this, or you can just start learning the C language as well. Okay, C++ and C language are basically not the same thing. C++ is just the higher version of C programming. Okay, so as we're getting started with C++, we basically have to execute a code and also basically run that particular code, right? So for that, we do need a text editor. So you guys can just take a Word, okay, Microsoft Word or Notepad and stuff like that. But in those particular places, those are just basic text editor. Okay. So there you guys can just write your code down, but you won't be able to execute your particular code. Okay. So to execute your particular code, we do need a IDE. Okay. So if you ask me what is a IDE, so IDEs are basically a integrated development environment. Okay. Which actually consists of a text editor where it is specially made for you that you can run code. Okay. So to run C++ codes or C++ programming, there are different kind of IDs. Okay. And the one which I'm going to use is basically www.codeblocks.org. Okay. If you go into your search engine and if you just search with this particular thing, this is a great website from where I can actually download their IDE. Okay. So over here, you guys can see this is basically the homepage of the codeblocks.org. Okay. So before downloading this one, you need to understand that here you do need two things. The first one is a text editor, and the second one is that you want to run that particular code which you'll write. So in that case, if you don't download the console over here, or if your text editor doesn't consist of a already pre-made console where you're going to execute or run your code, you need to download a separate console where you guys can run the particular code which you're going to write in the IDE or into your text editor. So let's come here, and from here, let's go to downloads, which is just under features. And once you click on downloads here, you guys can see that I do have different downloading options. Here you guys can see download the binary release, download a nightly build, download the source code, retrieve source code from SNV, Okay, so here there are different options. So for me, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on download the binary release. Okay, so let's click on the download on binary release, and over here you guys can see that you do have the version of Windows XP, Vista till Windows 10. They do have it right over here. They do have the Linux 32 and the 64-bit. And over here, you guys can see the Mac OS. And this is right now the latest version of Microsoft Windows. Okay, like these are the latest version of the code blocks or the IDE. Okay, so from here, any one which you like, you guys can just go to the sourceforge.net. Okay, you guys can see there are different options over here. Some of them might include the console, some of them might not include the console. If you're trying to download the latest version, you guys can basically go with this mingw setup.exe. Okay, and from there, if you just click on sourceforge.net, it will start downloading. Okay, and also, if you come here and if you do want to check the older releases, okay, the versions which were released before this one, you guys can see here also I do have the older released versions as well. Okay, so let me just come here with the version 16. Okay, and over here you guys can see that I do have all of these versions right over here. And also I can check that do I need it for Windows, do I need it for a Mac, or it is for a Linux. Okay, so over here now you guys can download the previous versions from here as well. Okay, and once you're done, you just need to click any on top of any of this, and automatically it will start downloading it right over here. Okay, so for me, I don't have to download it because I do have already downloaded it before. All I need to do is I need to just open it up and I just need to run it. So let me just cancel this thing up right over here. Let's go to my file explorer menu. Let's go to my downloads, and here you guys can see that I do have my code block style, which already uh, consists of the console as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is not the latest version, but in this one we are gonna work. So just right click and you guys can just click on open over here. Just give up some time. Let's click on yes over here. And you guys can see I do have this particular installation window over here. So let's click on next, and by default, let's click on I agree. Let's click on next from here as well. And you guys can choose where you want to save the destination folder. Let's go to browse. Let's select this particular PC. Let's select the new volume D or the D drive over here. And you guys can see the space required is basically 229.6 MB. Okay, and I do have a 91.2 GB available. So now I can basically download install this one. So I'll just click on install and I'll wait for it to finish. So now as you guys can see, it's done, and I'll just click on finish, and over here you guys can see that I do have my IDE right over here. So let's double click, and here this is basically the 16.01. Okay, so this is a cross platform ID. I'll also show you guys that now you do have downloaded. Okay, you do have installed this file, but how you will basically set it up that you can work properly. Okay, so I'll just come here, and here you guys can see that the compilers is already being detected. I will just click on OK right over here. and I'll just click on OK over here as well. And here you guys can see that I do have a lot of options. Okay. And the one which I'll be focusing on is basically I will click on create up a new file. And once you're right over here, there are a lot of options as well. Okay. And basically from here, I will just click on the console application. Okay. So let's click on console application and I will just click on go. And over here, I will just click on next. And once I've clicked on next here, you guys can see they will be asking that what is the language that I want to use? Do I want to use C or do I want to use the C++? Okay. So I'll just choose the C++. Let's go with next. And once this is done, I will come here. I will just name the project. Okay. So I can come here and I can basically name the project as setup. Okay. And here you guys can see the project file name is setup.cbp. Okay. So this is the C++ file. And here, if you do want to select where you want to save it, let's go to the D drive. I'll select this one. I'll just click on OK right over here. And once you're done creating this, let's click on next. And over here, you guys can see that what is the compiler that you guys are using, okay, which is the GNU GCC compiler. And once this is done, let's click on finish. And basically, this particular place has been created where I can work. So first off, you guys can see this under the workspace, I do have the setup file, which I have named. Okay. And under this, I do have the sources where I do have the main file. Okay. So the main CPP. So CPP means the C++. So if I just double click right over here, you guys can already see that I do have a code which is written right over here. Okay. So this is the most common code which is being right here. You guys can see this is known as the hello world. So this is basically the most basic programming that you guys can have. Okay. Which is hello world. And you guys can see that already I do have a program. So let's not focus on each and everything which is written over here on top as well. But let's try to focus on this particular line. Here, you guys can see they do have a function. And after that, inside here, you guys can see that I do have this particular code, which is hello world. Okay. So in this particular case, if I do want to run this code, okay. So for that, here on top, I do have different options. Okay. So here I do have build, I do have run, and after that I do have build and run. Okay. So afterwards, if you're trying to build any code, you guys will be able to do it over here. So for now, if I just click on build and run, okay. So over here, you guys can see that I do have this particular file right over here. Okay. So you guys can see there was some problem in execution. So now let's try this again. Okay. So if you don't run this one, let's click on build and run. And here you guys can see that I do have the outcome of hello world in my console right over here. So this black screen, which you guys can see is over. This is basically the console. If you do want to work with the console, you guys can come here and execute your code accordingly. Okay. So in coding, there are mostly two things. So the first one is once you write your code over here, you have to first build your code up. Okay. So for building, you do have this option. Okay. This circle or setting like option. So if you click on build here, you guys can see what kind of compiler it is using. And here you guys can see the target is up to date. And over here, all items are up to date as well. And this next one is basically the run. And if you just wrote up a code directly over here, and from here, if you want to directly run with shortcut, here you do have the build and run option as well. Okay. So using run, you guys can actually get this particular page right over here. Again, let's build it up. So yeah, I hope you guys have got up an basic idea about coding. So I have already showed you guys your first coding, that how you will be able to do it. So in next class, we will basically learn how you can actually draw up a shape. And also we will learn more about all of these functions which are being used. Here you guys can see the count. Here to end it, you do have the ENDL option over here, how you guys can use it over here in C++ programming. Okay, we will also learn about that. Okay, so take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, where I'll be showing you guys by drawing a shape. Okay, so we'll learn that how you will be able to draw a shape in C++ programming. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the code blocks, or this is the ID. You guys can use some other IDEs as well. Okay, so let me create up a new project. So let's come here, click on new project, go to console application from this template and click on go. And from here now, let's click on next, and I will come here. I will just select a project title, which is drawing shape. Okay. So I will just name this one as the drawing shape. And over here, now I will just click on next. And I do have the GNU compiler over here, and I'll just click on finish. And over here, you guys will be able to see under the sources, I do have the main CPP, which is C++. And if I just double click over here, you guys can see that I do have some particular codes right over here. So in last class, I do have showed you that how you will be able to print the most basic programming in C++, which is Hello World, or in any programming, let it be Python, let it be some other languages. You guys can just print, and this is the thing which you will start with. Okay, so in last class, we do have clicked on this build and run option. Okay, and according to that, here you guys can see I do have the outcome, which is hello world, and I do have the exclamation right over here. So let's try to understand that how it actually works. Okay. So over here, you guys can see that under the main function, okay, after the main function, I do have the curly brackets, and inside the curly bracket, whatever outcome I do have over here, it actually reads or interprets the command which I gave here in a normal language. Okay, so the code which is already written over here, these are actually computer language, or these are programming language. And what computer does is it actually translate what we are actually inputting in a humanly thing when we are trying to run. Okay, so here you guys can see there are a lot of code, but once you saw that once I ran this particular code, they do have shown me the result of only hello world. Okay, so from here, after the curly bracket, whatever we did put over here, it actually tries to decode all those things. Okay, so now let's come here and let's just delete this one. And as we are planning that we do want to r- basically draw up a shape. Okay, let's come here, let's just click on Control C, and I will just click on enter to create up a space. Okay, so I will just come here, Control V. I will just paste Control V over here, Control V again, Control V right over here as well, and Control V over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see that any simple code of C++ basically starts with count, and over here you guys can see I do have the greater than sign twice, and I do have the quotation which is again being closed by the greater than sign, and after that here I do have the NDL, and now after that it is actually closing down with semicolon, or here I do have the semicolon right over here. So now let's say I do want to create up a shape. Okay, so let's try to do that right over here. Let's create, come here, and now let's try to put the item what I do want to put over here in center. Okay, so let's try to create some kind of a triangle. Okay, so as you guys can see, I am basically trying to get up a triangle right over here. So let's come here. Let's give out space accordingly. And lastly, over here as well, I'll just come here on top. And once this is done, you guys can see if I do want to give up some dash over here. Okay, let's come here. And here you guys can see that I can just create up a space quite over here as well. Okay, so now once this is done, let's come here and let's try to get this sign over here. Otherwise, let's come here and let me just get this one up straight. Okay, so let's come to this particular point, and over here I will just create up a straight line, and also over here let's go with space, and I do have a line right over here as well. Otherwise I can just come here and maybe I can just decrease it quite like this. And over here as well, let's try to give it up a line. Let's go for a backspace. Let's try to create up a line over here. And also at this particular point, I will also go with the basic backspace. Let's come here and also let's go with backspace over here as well. So now let's go with the space, and again I will just put this line, and also let's go and put this particular line right over here as well. Okay, so instead of any writing, I do have all these things which is basically creating up a triangle shape. Okay, so it's not that it have to be a triangle. If you do want to basically create up a square, you guys can also create up a square. But now let me first show you guys that now if I just run this particular code, it will basically show me the same shape which it's showing right over here. So let's go on top and let's click on build and run. So I'll just click on build and run over here, which will show me that here I do have this particular shape. Okay, so here you guys can see that this particular shape is being created right over here. And again, let's close this thing down. And the thing which I want you to understand is that over here, you guys can see the code is being actually executed from top to bottom. Okay, so over here you guys can see this is the first code which is being conducted, then the second line, then the third line, then the fourth, fifth, and then the sixth. Okay, so this is how it is actually done. in any of the code. So if I just give you guys any real world example, let's say you do want to create up a recipe and you do have a recipe book. So under the recipe book, there you do have different kind of steps. Okay. So if they tell you to boil anything at first and then fry it, you will get a you will get the outcome which is actually desired. But if in the book it's written that first you have to like if they're telling that first you have to boil and fry, but if you fry and boil, then it might just give you some different taste to that particular food, or it won't be the way you want it. Okay, so that's the difference over here, and to the real world experience, that is how it is actually works. Okay, so first it starts executing it from the top. So if you don't want to see that, let's come here and let's click on Control X. And from here, now let's click on enter. And if I just click on Control V, and now if I try to run, okay, this particular code, you guys can see the code which I did have at the last line. Now, once I have actually put that particular code in the first line, it is just executing on this top thing as the first line over here. Okay. So we need to understand that how to basically run this code. So again, let's come here, Control X, let's come down, let's come here and Control V. And if I try to run this one, let's say, here you guys can see I have again run this particular code accordingly. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to create up a shape. So in next class, we are gonna learn that how we will be able to work with variables. We will get understanding what variable is in C++ programming. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, where I'll be showing you guys about understanding about variables. Okay, so we'll be understanding in detail about variable of C++, how it actually works, how you can actually make use of variables into your programming as well once you run that particular code. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I already do have few codes right over here. And if you just take a look inside the main function, okay, inside the curly brackets over here, I basically do have my codes. Okay. So over here, as you guys can see, I do have a story which says that his name is Mike. He is 82 years old. He likes being called Mike, but not being called a 82 years old guy. Okay, so over here, basically, I do have a particular story right over here. Okay, let's say from this particular story, if I do need to make any kind of changes, let's say if I want to change the name of the character from Mike to someone else, or if I do want to change the age as well, I can come here and I can basically change, as this is a 4 lines code only. So let me first show you guys how it will appear if you just run this particular code. Let's go on top, and from here, let's click on build and run. Okay. So now I will just wait, and here you guys can see the outcome shows me right over here that this is a 4-line code. Okay. So let's just close this one down over here. And let's say I want to change the name from Mike to Timothy. Okay. And from 82 years old, let me go with 88 years. And also in place of Mike, as in the first line, I have changed it to Timothy. Okay. So I will just change it to Timothy over here. And instead of 82, let's go with 88 years old. So now, as you guys can see, I do have changed this four lines of code over here. And if I just go on top and if I just click on build and run, you guys will be able to see that the name over here has also been changed from Mike to Timothy, and the year have also been changed. Okay, so this is quite simple that we already know. Okay, but the main question is that this is a four-line code, right? So you didn't had any problem to come here manually and change the name and also change the age. But let's say instead of it being a four-line programming, if it was 100 line, or if it was a 200 or 300 line programming, and in your particular story you want to change the name of the character totally, you have to change few other details totally of that particular character. How you going to do that? Like, are you going to go manually in each of the line code and you are going to change it manually? So it's going to take up a lot of your time. Okay, so there only comes the main usage of variable. Okay, so we need to understand first that what is a variable. So understand that variable is basically a container which actually consists of data. Okay, so in next class we are going to learn about different kind of data types that we are going to use in C++ programming. But here, for understanding variable, we are going to focus mainly on uh, two types of variable. Okay, like we are going to learn about two type of variable, and the first one over here is basically a string. Okay, so if you tell me what is a string, I'll tell you that this type of data type is basically plain text which does not contain any kind of number. Okay, and also remember, when you are writing these kind of variables, okay, when you're trying to write a variable, let's say you do have two words, so don't give any spacing between two words. Okay, you need to make sure that you don't have any spaces. Make sure to write both of the word or both of the word all together to make up a variable. Okay, otherwise if you just keep a space while writing your variable, it won't basically function. Okay, so now to write a string, what you need to do is you just have to type string, and here you guys can see that this is basically a data type which is right over here. So let me just click on to this string, and after that let me just give up the space, and now I have to write that what do I want to name my variable. Okay, let's say I do have to connect my charger over here. Okay, so let me connect that first. Oh well, I'm back again. So over here, now once you have written this thing, okay, once you have written this particular function or this particular data type, now the next thing is that you have to write what you want to call your particular variable. Okay, so let's say if it's one word, first what I want to do is I want to type out this name. Okay, let's say over here I will just put it as name. Okay, otherwise if you want to put out two words, let's say name of character. So I'll just put name of character over here. Now give a space, and now you need to put on the equals to sign right over here. So now I will just put out the value, as I've told that a variable is basically a container. So I have to put out the value inside the quotation. Okay, so let's say I will just put over here Timothy, and also now I will come down, let's click on enter, and as I have assigned that the name of character is going to be Timothy, and I do have the other value which is basically the age. Okay, so in case of age, this is the second type of data. If you do want to put out whole numbers, as I can't put this as plain text as the age, this type of data type is basically called an integer. Okay, so if you want to write this data type or make your IDE understand that this is a whole number. So I'm going to write int and I'm going to give it out a space. And from here, now you need to understand that whenever you are actually typing up a code, which I do have forgot, that if you are writing a code in C++, you need to put out a semicolon at last to tell it that your line of code is finished. So if you just take up a look down as well, after finishing each and every line, I do have the semicolon, which signifies that my line of code is done. Okay, so I will just put out a semicolon right over here as well. And now once I do have typed the data type, which is as integer, now I will name what I'm going to name the variable. Okay, so over here, let me type age of character. Okay, so I'm going to type age of character and I'm going to put equals to sign. Otherwise, over here as well, instead of writing it in the same line, instead of an integer, what you guys can do is you guys can just directly put out the colon right over here. And afterwards, you guys can just click on enter. And in this particular line, you guys can again type the age of character. Here you guys can see. And once you just click over here, now you guys can just put on the equals to sign, and after that you guys can use up a whole number without using the quotation mark. Okay, so just try to understand one thing, that once you are using a string which is a plain text, you have to put it inside the quotation. But in case of an integer data type, you don't have to basically put it inside a quotation. So here I will just put out the whole number, which is 88. Okay. And after writing this, also what you guys can do is you have to put out the semicolon right over here. So let's go on top over here. And now you guys can see that you do have two data variables. Okay, so over here, if you come and see that the name of the character is basically Timothy and the age of the character is 88. So accordingly, I have to change my code over here as well. Okay, so how you gonna do so? So for that, let's say now I will just remove the name Timothy right from here, and instead what I'm gonna use is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to keep this thing inside the quotation. And after that, let me just give it up a space. And once I've kept this one inside a quotation, now I want to put out the value or the variable which I do have right over here. So put that particular thing right over here. I will just signify that, okay, this is one set of text which I want to print. But after that, now I will just put on the less than sign. Okay, let's come here and let's put the less than sign, and I will just give it out a space. And after that, let me put out my variable, what I wanna put. So let me just type name of the character, and here you guys can see that already I do have the variable. So let me click on the variable over here. Let me just give it out the space, and the same way I'm going to do the same thing right over here as well. So I'll just keep out the space, and over here also I will just use the less than sign, give it up a space, and over here I will just take out the variable. So I'll just double click over here and the variable is being applied. Okay. But now here you guys can see I don't have anything like Timothy written over here. But over here, if I just go into build and run, and if I just run my particular code, here you guys can see it is printing that his name is Timothy. And over here also it's written that he likes being called Timothy. Okay. But here, if you take a look in my coding, I don't have the name Timothy right over here, but it is only being applied in my character name. Okay, so later if I do want to change it, I will be able to change it from here as well. Okay. But now let's try to understand that if I do have the same character, which is the age of character, the integer here in between, how I'll apply those. Okay. So all these variables I do have applied at last. So I do have applied it quite like this. But if the same thing I do have between two strings, how I'll be able to apply that. So first, let's come here. Let's put out the double quote and let's give out a space. And now I will just put the less than sign and I'll just give out a space over here as well. And now I will just put out the variable which is age of character. So double click and again give out a space and now less than sign over here. And the same way, let's come here and let's come to this position. Let's give double quote. Let's give it out a space. Let's give out a space over here as well. And now let's go with less than sign. Let's give it out a space over here. And now again, I will just type age of character variable, which is a integer. Now let's give out a space and also the less than 2 sign over here. And as this is being applied, you guys can see on both of the lines where I do have the variable of the integer, I have to mention that, okay, this is the first string, which is actually signified by two quotation. But after the variable, also here, I have to mention that this is also a string. Okay, and the same way, let's come here. I have to signify that this is also a string right over here as well. Okay, so here all the blue things is signifying that this is actually a string, and inside I do have the variable inside the less than sign. Okay, over here you guys can see it is inside the less than sign over here. And again, now if I come here and if I just build and run, you guys will be able to see the same outcome. But now let's say this is 100 lines code, okay, or programming, and instead of Timothy, let's go with Patrick. Okay, so I'll just go with Patrick over here in my variable, and instead of 88, let's go with 64. Okay, let's come here and let's put 64, and now let's build and run this particular code. Okay, so over here now if I just click on build and run, you guys can see that his name is Patrick. He is 64 years old. He likes being called Patrick but not being called 64 years old. Okay, so this is the outcome. It will actually show me right over here. So if you do want to create up some spacing over here, okay, let's say I'll just create up a spacing. Let's create up a spacing over here as well. And also, let's create up a spacing after years. Okay. And also over here. And now again, let's build and run. And here you guys can see now the spacing is also fine. Okay, there is no problem in the spacing. So if you do want to change all the characters, make sure to put on the variable instead of the name. Okay, and also there is an option where you guys will be able to modify your variable as well. Let's say on these top two lines, I want the name Patrick and I want the age of 64 years. But now over here, once I come down or in the midway of the code, if I do want to change out the name of the character, I can also do that. Okay, let's come here and let's type that name of character equals to, let's give out double quote I will come here and let's type Bobby. So if I just come here and if I just type Bobby and also for age, let's go with age of character and equals to 48. And now if I just run this particular code, so let's come here, let's just build and run. Okay. So the thing I will just put out the semicolon, which I had forgot to give the semicolon over here again. And now I will just build and run this particular code. You guys can see now I do have that his name is Patrick. He's 64 years old. He likes being called Bobby, but not being called a 64 years old guy. Okay. So what I did is I do have the variable. So as I've already told you that how C++ actually does the programming. It just goes line by line and it actually converts it accordingly. So first it sees that, okay, so these are the variables. It understands that. And after that, it actually sees that, okay, till here, I do have the variable I can apply. But once it's coming in the line number 14, it says that I do have modified my variable. So here in the line 14 and 15, they do have seen that I do have modified the variable. And after looking at that, they do have applied the value which I have inside this variable onto my coding. So yeah, I hope this class was clear and I hope you guys have got a basic idea about what variable is. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5 where I'll be showing you guys about different data types in C++. Okay, so in last class we do have learned about variables, but here into this particular chapter we are gonna learn about different data types and also using that how you can create a variable of different data types. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I also do have created up a new project. Okay. And I do have named this one up as the data types. Okay. So in last class, we do have seen about two different kind of data types. One basically was a plain text, okay, which was a string, and the other one was a whole number. Okay, so now let's go to our first data type, which is known as character. Okay, so this is the first data type, and in character, basically, you guys can put out a single character inside your data. Okay, so if you do want to type that thing up, let's say you just need to write CHAR. Okay. So here you guys can see I do have the data type known as the CHAR. And now if I do want to show you guys an example, but just by writing up a variable, let's say in so many cases, you do want to put out a single character inside, like in a variable, you do want to put out a single character. Okay, so let me just name this one as class. Okay, let's go with classes or let's go with marks. Okay, so over here, or let's go with grade. Okay, so I'll just name this variable as grade equals to. And here, once you're typing a character data type, in that case, you need to make sure that you are putting that one inside single quotation and not double quotation. Okay. So it can be a, otherwise it can be a B. Okay. It can be a C. But over here, if you try to put multiple character, you will have a problem. Okay, so it would be a character data type anymore, but instead, basically, it will become a string uh, data type. Okay, so here you guys can actually put out a single character. Okay, let's come here, let's put a, and now let's come down and let's look at our next data type, which is the string data type, which we have seen in our last class. So in string data type, basically we guys can have more than one particular letter inside my variable. Okay, and to write that thing up, I just need to type string. Let's give it up a space, and now in place of a variable, let's type name equals to, and now once you're trying to write down a string which consists of whole numbers, you need to put that one inside the double quotation. Okay, so let's just type he is a nice man. Okay, so here you guys can see that inside this I don't have any kind of letter which consists of a number, or whether it be a decimal, or whether it be it a true or false variable. Okay, so it totally consists of plain text. Okay, so over here this is actually called a string. Okay, or here this particular data type is known as a string. Okay, and this string I have showed you guys in a variable which I have named as name. Okay, and now let's come down over here and let me show you guys about the third data type. Let's say if you want to type a whole number. So a whole number is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, things like that. You can have multiple numbers, but in numbers, there are second thing as well, which is a float number or a decimal number. So whether it can be 4.52, it can be 6.89, like which do have basically a point. Okay, so over here now, first we will look into the integer data type. Okay, so if you do want to check this one, you guys can just type int, which will signify the integer data type. Okay, or the whole number data type. And now let me just type as code. Okay, let me just type code over here and let's put equals to, and for integers you don't have to put out a integer, whether it in a single code box or whether you don't have to put it inside a double code box. For numbers, you guys can just write it accordingly, and you guys can just write it in negative numbers as well. So I can just put minus. Okay, I can put out a whole number over here as well. Whether it can be multiple numbers, whether it can be one number, doesn't matter. This data type will basically work. Let's go with 82, and this is the third data type, which is the integer data type. And under number also only, we do have this next one known as the decimal data type. Okay, so if you want to put out decimal data type, in that particular case we do have two data types. One is a float, okay, and the other one is double. Okay, so the first one is float data. Okay, and the next one is, let's come here, and if I just click on enter, this is double. Okay, so here under this, under decimal data type, we do have the float and the double. Okay, and as we're just getting started with C++ programming, you guys can just skip the float data type, because double data type basically can handle more decimal numbers. Okay, so it will basically carry more decimal numbers. Let's say it can be like 1.234. Like if you're looking to get anything in specific numbers, you guys can use the double. Okay, let's come here, and now I will just put this particular data type, and let's name this one as the CGPA. Let's put equals to, and here you guys can just put plus or minus. let's go with 3.8. Okay, and you guys can also put over here the minus sign under the double data type. Okay, so here you guys can see that we do have learned about the character. At first, we do have learned about the string data type. We do have understood about the integer data type. Under decimal numbers, we do have learned about two. One is a float and the other one is the double. And after that, lastly, we can also have a Boolean data type. So what is a Boolean data type? Okay, here instead of any string or instead of any numbers, we can basically put that this particular statement is true or false. Okay, so in that case, if you do want to type Boolean, you guys can just type BOOL. Okay, and here you guys can see that here you basically do have the Boolean data type, and also let's say into your coding or into your programming you want to just type uh is boy, and you guys can just put equals to, and after that in make sure that you put double quote, and over here you type that false or true. Okay, so whether it can be false or whether it can be true as well, totally depends on you. Okay, so this is the Boolean value right over here. Okay, this is how you guys can create up a variable for a Boolean value. Okay, so in total we do have mostly learned about these five type of data types. Okay, and also over here in C++, you guys have few other data types as well, but 95% of the beginners, they do use this things only while they're learning. Okay, so it will only include 95% of the programming once you are starting as a beginner. Okay, so you should not just confuse by trying to learn each and every small details. Okay, first you have to make your basics quite strong, then afterwards you guys can learn those things in a better way. Okay, so these are the five data types, and also over here let's try to put this one as a code. If I do want to write up any code over here, I do have just show you guys an example. And once you're writing that, it's not that you only have to put this one inside a variable. Okay, you guys can also type it as it is, okay, inside your code. So let's type count, then less than sign, let's give it up a space. And over here now inside single quote, let's say I want to put out a character. Let's go with A, and let's come here, and over here now let's give it up a space, and now less than sign again. And after that, let's come here, and over here now let's put the ENDL, and now I'll just put out the semicolon. Okay, so I'll just put out the semicolon right over here. And now if I try to run this particular code, you guys will see that it will basically get printed. Okay, so let's try to come here, and here you guys can see that I do have some problem in running this code. Okay, so now before running this code, let me just put out the semicolon for all of this. Okay, let's put out a semicolon over here and a semicolon over here as well, and also in my Boolean value. Now let's try to run this particular code. And here you guys can see that A is basically printed. Okay, so if you take a look over here, now I can actually print it quite like this. Or instead of this one, if I come here and if I just open my double quote, if I just type false, okay, let's go with false. And now if I try to run this particular code, you guys can see, let's click on Control S, and over here you guys can just run this particular code right over here as well. So whether it be anything, whether it be a normal string, okay, whether it be a integer number, whether it be a decimal number or whether it be a Bolivian value, you guys can directly apply it right over here. But why do you use variable is it's more efficient and it's more better to use. And into our next classes, once we move deep into our classes, we will learn about that in detail. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6 where we'll be learning about strings. So over here we will see that how you will be able to use strings in C++ programming. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, you guys can see that I do have already created another project. Okay, I named that particular project as strings. So over here, you guys can see into this particular project. Let me just close this one down. Okay, so in this particular project, I do have this line of programming where I can basically implement my string. Okay, so we already do have some basic idea about what string is. Okay, so those are basically plain text. Okay, we can just put out it inside a variable. Okay, we can basically put out a string inside a variable that is exactly a data type as well. So over here we will try to understand about these things right over here. So on top, let's type youth group. Okay, so let's type youth group on top, and now let's try to understand few things right over here. So as you guys can see now, this is basically your code will be basically starting with count, and here you do have the double less than sign, and this particular thing basically includes a double quotation mark. So your string should basically be inside the double quotation over here, and also after that you do have the double less than sign, and it is actually ending with endl. Okay, so what does endl means? So endl basically means that after this particular line you do have another particular line over here in which you want to run this code into a separate line, not in the same line. Okay, so now let's try to run this code which I have written. Okay, so if you run this code, you guys can see that this youth group and high, both of these are coming in two different lines. Okay, so in this same way, if I come here and from here, if I just cut down the endl and control S, and if I now run this code, let's see what it will show me. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on build and run. So let me just delete this particular quotation from here. Otherwise, let's delete this one. And now if I try to run this, okay, again, let's try to run this code. I do have deleted the double less than sign, okay, as I don't have anything after this. So now let's build and run this code. And here you guys can see both of my code, whereas these are in the same line in my IDE. But once I'm trying to run this code, both of these are coming in the same line. Youth group and high is coming in the same line, whereas I don't have the endl. Okay, but now over here there is another way how I will be able to get them in separate lines. Okay, so in that particular case, if I come here and from here, if I go with slash n, okay, over here, and if I just click on Control S, So instead of writing it over here, if I just go inside my quotation, okay, let's come inside the quotation. Let's give out a space. And from here, now let's type in. And now let's try to run this particular code. Okay. So for that, let's come here and let's go with Control S. And if you do want to run this one, you guys can just do it from top as well. So let's come here and now let's run this. And here you guys can see without this ENDL function as well, using the slash n, I am able to get this one in two different lines. Okay, so you guys can just do it quite like this right over here. And again, let me put out the ENDL over here. Okay, so let's come here. Let's put DL, ENDL. And now also I do have to put the double less than sign. Okay, so I'll just put out the double less than sign. And again, now let's run this particular code, which is build and run. And here you guys can see that both are in different lines over here as well. So I hope you guys do have understood about the ENDL part. Now let's go to the next option where we are going to learn about few of the functions inside string. Okay. So if you don't know what a function is, so functions are a set of words which actually do a particular action. Okay. So these are some set of words in the language of programming which actually do a particular set of work. So for that, now let's come here and let's just delete everything of the string. Okay, so let's come here and from here let's try to write out some variable at first. Okay, so if you just come right over here and from here I want to type out some uh, variables. So now let's mention this one that this is a string. Okay. And after that, I'm going to name this variable as place. Okay. So let's go with place. And now I will just put equals to sign. And I'm going to name this one as New York. Okay. So I'm going to name this particular thing as New York. Let's go with New York City. Okay, so I will just name this one as New York City. And after that, after each line, I need to make sure that I do put out the semicolon. Now let's click on enter. And what I want to do is, as I do want to print this one, I have to just type count, then give out a space, then double less than sign. And now I have to write that what do I want to print. So now over here, the same way, I need to type the name of the variable, which is place. And now I'll just put out my semicolon right over here. And now if I try to run this particular code, you guys will see that let's come here. I have to save it first, which is Control S, and then build and run, which will process me New York City right over here. So let me just close this one over here. And as we're telling that we want to learn about different kind of functions over here. Okay. So now if I do want to show you guys about the functions, let's say from here, I want to find what is the total length of this particular word or particular string which I have over here. If you do want to find that thing, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just put dot after your variable and you guys can just type length. Okay, so if you just type length ph, and after that I have to open and close parenthesis. Okay, and once I have put out the open and close parenthesis, I have to put out the semicolon over here as well. Okay, so for that we need to understand that each and every word or each and every variable to have the index number. Okay, so over here the index number for any kind of string or data type starts from 0, 1, 2, 3. But if you're going with minus index number, we have to start from 1 on the right hand side. Okay, so over here now, if you want to see that how many character it is made of, now I do have the formula control S to save it. Now let's click on build and run. Okay, which will show me 13. Okay, so now let's close this one up. And here, if you see that it only consists of 3 and 4 is 7. And here you guys can see I do have 4, which is 11 words. But why it is showing me as 13? Because over here, the spaces are also counted as 1. Okay, how many spaces you will use? It will actually show you as 1. And over here, if I just come to this particular position, let's show you guys how the index number actually works. Okay, so if you just come here and over here, let's put 0, and after that you do have 1, you do have 2, then 3. So this is how the index number actually works right over here. Okay, but now uh, as I have already told you that how you will be able to find out the total length of a number. But let's say from here, using the index number, you want to specify a particular length. Okay, so in that particular case, what I'm gonna do is I will come here and I will just go back, and instead of this dot, I will just write the variable, and instead of first parenthesis, I will use the square bracket. Okay, so I'll just use the square bracket, and inside here, let's say of this particular variable, I want to get out the W. So what is the index number of W? That is 0, 1, and 2. Okay, so over here it's 0, 1, and 2. And if I just type 2 over here, and after that, let's give it out a semicolon. And if I just click on Control S, and now if I just go and click build and run, here you guys can see that I do have the character of W over here, or the index number of 2 over here as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work. And the next point is that if you want to come here and if you want to actually replace, let's say in this particular point, I want to change the N to A. Okay, so if I want to do that, I can also do that. Let's come here and let's see how you will be able to do that over here. So instead of this, let's come to the second line over here. Otherwise, let's come here, let's click on enter, and now let's type the variable name, which is place, and let's give it up the square bracket. Okay, let's come here, let's put out the square bracket, and inside the square bracket, I will put out the name of the variable which I want to change. Let's say this is n, and the index number of this one is 0. So I'll just put on 0, and now my command is that in the variable of place, the 0 number, okay, index, okay, I want to change it, which is equals to, I will just put out the character. So as I'm going to change only one number, let me put out single character. And over here now, instead of n, if I just type m, and now let's put out my semicolon over here. Okay, let's put out my semicolon, and over here in the print option, let's go with the variable name. Okay, so let's go with place semicolon over here, and now let's click on Control S to save it. And here you guys can see in this particular string variable, the Here you guys can see the index number of 0, and the character which is there will change to M. Okay, so now if I just build and run this particular code from New York City, it's showing me the result as New York City. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work. Okay, so this is the usage. Okay, and the next thing we are going to look over here is about the find option. Okay, so how you will be able to work with the find function. So for that, again, what you need to do is you need to come here, and from here, after writing the variable, you need to put on the full stop, and after that you need to write the function as find. Okay, so here, once you type find, then you have to open parenthesis, and the first thing is, let's say, now, over here, I want to find any character. Let's say I don't want the whole thing, but from here, I want to find out the character of ITY. Okay, in this particular word, do I have this singular characters, which is ITY? So first, I have to put out the value, okay, which is ITY, and make sure that you do put it inside a quotation. So let's go with ITY, and after that, let's come here and let's give this out a comma, and I have to specify the space from where do I want to find it. Okay, so let me just put the spacing as 0 as well, and control S right now, and if I just click on build and run, you guys will see, and it will show that in which particular number or index number these characters are present, like from where it is starting. So if I just calculate, let's say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and from 10 it's starting. Let's go with that. And let me put out the semicolon as well. Okay, so I'll just put out the semicolon, and let's click on Control S, and now let's go with build and run, and here you guys can see the answer is 10. Okay, so if you just take up a look, okay, so the ITE is present at last. So if you just count it, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and from 10 this ITY is actually starting. Okay, so over here the 9 10 ends here, and this one last is 11, 12, and 13, as the total length of the character present here is 13. Okay, and the same way, if you do want to come here, and if you do want to find some other characters, let's go with OR. Okay, so if you do want to find the character OR, Control S, and now let's come here and let's build and run this. So here you guys can see the answer is basically fine. Okay, so over here you guys can see 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and from fifth I do have the 0. Okay, so OR starts from the fifth index number. So let me just close this thing out. I hope you guys do have understood about the find function as well. So lastly, let's look at the substr or substring function. Okay, so for the substring action, let's come here, let's close this thing down, and let's type substr. Okay, and let's give it up a space, and let's open parenthesis right over here, and now let's say I want to come here and I want to work with a specific index number. Okay, so from here, let's go with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if I just type 4 over here, and now if I just type 2 over here, okay, let's type 2. Okay, and now from here, let's go with colon, and from here Control S to save it, and now let's go with build and run. Okay, so this is just the opposite. Okay, if you just take up a look here, you guys can see I do have used the 4, okay, index number. So the fourth index number is 0, 1, 2, 3, and fourth comes the York, and also from there how many characters am I looking for. So the first one is the index number, and the second one is that how much character do I'm looking for. Okay, and if instead of three characters or two characters, if I go with three, and now control S, and if I just run this one now, okay, let's go with build and run. You guys will see that I do have this three, which is YOR. So in the sub str or the substring, first I do have to put out the index number, at what position I am looking to get my characters, and also how many characters from that index number I do want. Okay, so I hope till this much it is clear, and also you will be able to put your substring, or you will be able to modify your substring from here as well. Okay, so for that, now let's come here and also let's make a string name as place sub. Okay, so let's go with place sub, and I will just put my semicolon. And from here, now let's click on enter. And now let's go with place sub equals to, let's come here. And from here, let's take out this one and control X. And let's come here on top. Let's give on control V. And as this is done, now let's come here and now let's try to print the place sub. Okay, so I will just put out the place sub, and let's put out a comma. And here you guys can see the fourth character, or let's come here, and from here, now if I just click on Control S, and if I just build and run, you guys will see that I do have the same option, which is the YOR. Okay, so over here you guys can see the index number is 4, and the character from there I want is 3. Okay, and also over here if I do want 4 characters, let's say, let's come here, and from here now instead of 3 characters I want 4 characters, control S, and now let's build and run. And here you guys can see that I do have the 4 characters over here as well. So first one is position, and the second one is the number of characters, where I do have actually not told them to print out the place, okay, or the place variable. But over here my command is the place sub variable. So totally over here I do have modified it. So yeah, I hope this class was clear, and I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where we will be learning about numbers. Okay, so we will see about the decimal numbers as well as the whole numbers right over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, again, I'm here in the workspace of my IDE. Okay, and I do have opened up a new project again, and I'm over here in my C++ programming page. Okay, so in this particular class we are going to learn about numbers in detail, and basically we do have already learned about the data types, but over there we do have two type of datas, or two type of numbers. Okay, so the first one is integer, okay, which is a whole number. And if you do want to use the decimal numbers, there are mostly of two types. Okay, one is basically the doubles, and the another one is float. So as a beginner, you guys should stick on with the doubles at first, because it can take more decimal numbers comparing to float. Okay, we won't go into float at first. But now let's say if you do want to type any kind of number, let's say over here, I will just type 33. Okay, and over here now, if I click on Control S, and if I just go and build and run, you guys will be able to see that I will be able to print 33 right over here. Okay. So whether it be a two number, whether it be a decimal, let's go with 3.5 and let's run this one. Okay. So let's click over here and you guys can see it will just print me a whole number or a decimal number as well. Okay. So in that particular case, and also over here only, you guys can do some basic maths. Okay, let's say 3 plus 7. And if I just come here and if I just run this particular code, it will show me the result as 10. Okay, so the same way you guys will be able to do multiplication. Okay, so for multiplication you just need to use the asterisk. Okay, so the answer should be 21. So let's run this one over here and Control S, and now let's run it, or let's click on build and run. Okay, and here you guys can see the answer is actually 21. And also if you do want to do some division, let's go with 6 uh, divided by 2. Okay, so let's come here, Control S, let's click on build and run. And over here, it will show me the answer as 3. Otherwise, let's come here, let's put on minus, and the answer will basically show me as 4. Okay, so over here, you guys can see that I can do some basic maths right over here itself. Okay, and also we will try to understand that if you want to include more numbers, let's say you want to multiply and as well as you want to plus or minus. Okay, if you want to do that, we need to keep the basics of math. Okay, if you guys don't know about Badmas, okay, first comes the bracket, then comes the off, and after that you do have the division, multiplication, addition and subtractions. So if I come here, if I just go with 4 plus 6 into 2. So first what it will do is it will do the multiplication, which is 12, and after that it will just add 4 to 12. Okay, so 12 plus 4 is actually 16. Okay, so now if I just run this particular code, let's go build and run over here, and the answer is 16. But the same way, if I do want to come here and if I want it to plus first, then I will just put out bracket over here, and now I will just click on build and run, which will give me the answer of 20, where here 4 plus 6 is 10 into 2 is 20. So we can do this basic equation. We have to just understand or remember the basic functions of mathematics. Okay, so over here we can actually do that, and after that now let's try to write out some variable. Okay, let's come here and from here let's go at this particular point, let's click on enter, and now let's try to type different kind of variables. Okay, so the first one which we are going to learn is basically the whole number, which is known as the integer. And now let's name out a variable which I will just type as whole, then equals to 7. Let's click on enter, and now I'm going to write the doubles. Okay, the next data type, which is the double. So I will just double click over here, and equals to, I will just put 8.6. Okay, so over here you guys can see that I do have uh this one, and let me just name this one as decimal, and I'll just give out a space. Okay. So over here, now you guys can see that I do have a whole number and also at the same time, I do have a decimal number. So if you come here and if you try to add up a decimal number with a whole number, always the answer you will get is according to the decimal number. So let's just add this thing up only. So 7 plus 8.6. And if I just run this one, okay, so let's go with build and run. You guys will actually see the answer right over here. So there is an unexpected error. Okay, so over here, I need to make sure that I do put the semicolon. Okay, so let me just put out the semicolon over here. Let's just build and run. And here you guys can see the answer is 15.6. Okay, so this is how you guys will actually receive the answer. But the same way, if you come here and from here, now let's go with two whole numbers. So if I just come here and let's go with 7 plus 7. Control S to save it. Let's go with build and run, which will show me the answer as a whole number itself. Okay, so now let me show you guys another thing which is known as a module operator. Okay, and what is a module operator? If you do want to find a reminder, okay, so to find a reminder, let's say if I just divide 15 with 4, like 15 divided by 4. So the answer is basically 12, and after 12, which the answer is 3, and after that the remainder is 3 as well. Okay, so in that particular case, I'll show you how to do that. Let's go with 15 and we will use this one, and let's go with 4. Control S. And now if I just run this one, let's build and run this particular code, you guys can see the reminder is 3 right over here. So we can find reminder as well, okay, using different functions, okay. And also over here, we can actually get the answer in decimal numbers as well. Let's say now here, if I just divide 10 divided by 3. So both the sides I do have whole number. So now if I'm doing the division using the whole number, I will get whole number only. Okay. So you guys will see that the answer will come as 3, but the answer is not exactly 3 because the answer is 3.333. Okay. So now let's come here and let's build and run. And you guys can see the answer over here is 3 as well. But now the same way, if I just put out a decimal number, which I will just put as zero point 0 and zero point 0 over here as well. And here now you guys will see that the answer will basically change, which is 3.33333. Okay, so this is the actual answer. And now the answer is correct. So the main point over here is that you need to understand about the decimal point right over here. Okay, so now let's try to understand about few other mathematics option. Okay, let's say I want to compare my number. Okay, so now under the whole number, if I just take my variable which is name as whole, let's come here, let's put whole, and after that let's put double plus. Okay, so I'll just put double plus. So now what will happen is automatically it will add 7 plus 1 right over here. So let me just show you guys about that. So here you guys will see the answer will basically be 8. Okay, so if I just come here and let's click on Control S. Okay, so now let's come here and let's build and run. So now instead of doing it right over here, let me just type whole num, and over here onto this particular space, let's put the variable name, okay, which is whole no. And if I just put double plus, okay, and now let's put the semicolon right over here. you guys will be able to see that it will basically put +1. Okay, so now let's go on build and run. And here you guys can see it's 18 right over here. Okay, so the total is 18. And also instead of plus plus, if I just go with minus minus, and if I just try to run this code again, now it will basically show me 16, whereas the value of whole number variable is 17. Okay, so the same way, let's come here, let's change up the value to 16. And also you guys can come here and you guys can actually add on. Okay, let's come here and let's say I just want to add on. Okay, let's go with whole number plus and equals to uh 25. Okay, so 16 plus 25 is 31. You guys will see the answer over here is 31 as well. Okay, so over here the answer over here is actually 41. Okay, 25 plus 16. Okay, it's 41. So the answer over here is 41 as well. And also the same way, if I just go with 56 and if I do want to minus, let's go minus and equals to, let's come here, let's go with build and run, which will come around 31. Okay, so this is how it works. If you do want to do division, if you want to do multiplication, you guys can also do it right over here as well. Okay, so I hope till this much it was actually clear. You guys do have understood about the function as well. Okay, like how you will be able to work over here. So now let's try and let's look at the next thing, which is that if you're trying to write any function using numbers, okay? So over here, we will learn about a different kind of functions that you can use inside numbers. So the first thing to do that, what I'll do is I'll just come here on top and I'll just click on enter. And you guys can see here, you guys, they do have some command, okay, which is slash include, and they do have the less than, they do have their string, and also they do have closed with the greater than sign. So the same way, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to tell the computer that I want to include some mathematical functions that they will be able to detect those things. Okay, so let's click and let's put include. Okay, so I'll just put include right over here. Let's give it up a space and I will just put on the less than sign. And over here, I need to type the function known as cmath. Okay, so I'll just put the function as cmath and I will just close it up with the greater than sign. And once I've done this one, let's come here and let's delete all these things over here. Okay, let's come here, let's just delete this one. Let's go with backspace. Let's come here and let's go with backspace over here as well. So now I will just come here and from here now we will use some of the formulas. Okay, so if you want to find out the power, okay, let's say I have to type pow and I have to open parenthesis and let's say 3 power by 4. Okay, so here you guys can just calculate these things. And over here now, if I just go and click build and run, you guys can see the answer is 81. Okay, so 3 times 4 is 81. And now if you want to also find out the square number of any, you guys can come here and you guys can just type sqrd. And after that, if you want to find out the square root of 6, let's say, you will be able to find this. And now let's come here, let's click on build and run. And here you guys can see the square root of 6 is 2.44949. Okay, so this is how you guys can find these things. And also let me show you guys that if you do have a number, let's say I do have a decimal number. Okay, so let's go with 4.8. Okay, so if I do have a decimal number of 4.8 or So I will just type the function as round. Okay, so it will just round me off the number. Let's go with 7.8 over here. So it will round me as 8. Okay, so let me just run this particular code. And here you guys can see that it is rounding me as 8. And with the same code, if I do have, instead of 7.8, if I have 7.4, it will round me off to 7. Okay, because it is just taking the half. So here you guys can see it is just rounding me off to 7 over here. Okay. So now if you want that, okay, I do have the 7.4 only, but I want to round off this particular number with the highest number. Okay. So in that case, there is another formula which is known as the CEIL. Okay. CEIL, which will actually round you off with the highest round number. So whether it's 7.4 or whether it be 7.2, it will round you off with the highest decimal number or the whole number which they have, which is 8. Okay, so I will just click on Control C. Let's click on Build and Run. And here you guys can see it will round you off with 8. And if I just put out uh, 8 over here and let me just put 8.1, still it will round me off to 9, which is the next bigger whole number. So let's come here, and here you guys can see it will just round you off with the highest round number. Okay, and the same way, if you just do want to do the vice versa, let's say you want to round off with the lowest number, whatever decimal you have over here. Let's go with 8.9. Okay, and instead of seal, if I type over here the floor formula, let's go with floor, still it will just round you off with 8, which is the lowest. Okay, so I will come here, let's click on build and run, and here you guys can see it will just round you off with the lowest possible number. Okay, so this is how it actually works. And now let me just show you a few other. Let's go with the F max formula, and using that, let's say I do have two numbers over here. One, I do have 66. Let's put out comma, and over here I do have 54. So using the F max formula, they'll show me that which number is the biggest, and it will basically print that particular number. So I will come here, I will just click on build and run, and here you guys can see 66, it's showing me as the answer. And now if I do want to find what is the lowest number in this data, I can just turn this F max to F min. Okay, and now I will be able to find the lowest number over here. So now let's click on build and run, and you guys will see that it will show me 54 right over here as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope this class was clear. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, where I'll be showing you guys by getting the input from the user. Okay, so we will learn that how you will be able to get out an input from the user. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that I do have created a new project in this particular IDE. Okay, as you guys can see on the left hand side, I do have the C++ file opened over here. And now we are going to learn about getting the user input. Okay. So basically, why do we get input from the user? Let's say in so many places, we do ask different kind of question from the user. And according to that, we do give them the answer. Okay. So over here, we will learn that how you can basically get the information from this. Let's say it can be an integer, it can be a character, or it can be a whole letter. Okay, we will learn that how to store those information, and after storing those information, how you will be able to put that thing out. Okay, so we will learn about that and getting the input from the user. And if you're not showing that in their answer once you run your project, that doesn't make any sense, right? So over here we will learn that how you will be able to do that. Okay, so let's say over here we want to ask the user that what is their favorite number. Okay, so over here we guys can do that. Okay, so first we need to choose that what kind of data type you guys are working with. Okay, so in our data type class we do have learned that there is data type, like there is character data type, there is integer data type, and if you do have any number with decimals, you guys can basically use float, or you guys can use the doubles data type. Okay, so over here we will first write the data type. Let's go with integer, as we are just working with whole numbers. Okay, so I will just type int, and over here you guys can see that I do have the particular function. So now let's come here, and I want to name the variable. So let's name this one as favnum. Okay, so I will just name this particular variable as face favnum, which is the favorite number. And let's go with the semicolon right over here. Let's click on enter. And now I am going to put that what type of question I am going to ask the user. Okay, so over here now I need to actually print out the question to the user first. Okay, and for printing we already know what we have to type, which is count. Okay, so over here we need to type count, and after that let's give it up a space, and let's go with the double less than sign. Let's give it up a space, and now let's give out double quote, and over here I will ask that what is your favorite number. Okay, let's go with what is your favorite number. Otherwise I can just ask this question, instead of what, I will just ask your favorite number. Okay, and let's come here, let's give out a semicolon over here, and I'll just give out a space that they can basically fill out the information that they're trying to provide. Okay, so over here now I do have basically put the count as well. Let's come here, let's put out the semicolon, and here if you see that I'm giving the command that please come here and basically print this question for the user, and here you guys will be able to see that user will be able to provide their information. Okay, so over here as we are working with integer, if they give some decimal numbers we might have some problem over here. And now the next point is that you want to print something, right? This is the question you're asking to the user. But if you are taking the uh, something from the user, if you are taking any value from the user, you want to print something, otherwise it is totally useless to get any information from them. So let's click on enter, and now over here let's try to print the scene function. Okay, so here you will be able to see that it will basically print. Okay, so I'll just come here and I will just type scene, and over here I am trying to show that what I want to basically print in the scene. And here, now, once you're using this particular function, which is the scene or the CIN, instead of the less than function in count, over here, you do have to use the greater than twice. Okay, so over here I will just type that, and now I will just name my variable right over here, which is favnum. Okay, so over here I do have the favnum. Let's go with the semicolon over here, and once this is done, let's click on enter. Let's click on enter right over here. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, that sin is basically the cause, okay, or the thing. They will come here and they will print. Okay, so over here Now the next thing is that after they provided the information what I want to print, and to print it up for you, again I have to use the count function. Okay, and now again double less than sign, and now I will type out the sentence that I want to print for my user to view with their answer. Okay, let's say I will type your favorite number is, and I need to make sure that as this is a string, I want to keep this one inside quotation. Okay, so I'll come here, I will just give out a quotation over here, and also I will just give out a quotation over here as well. And what I'm going to do is over here also, before putting the variable, I will just put the less than sign twice. And after that, let's come here and let's put out the name of the variable, which is favnum. Okay, so let's come here and let's type favnum. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just type favnum, and again I will just put out the semicolon right over here. Okay, so till this much is basically done. And now if I try to run this particular thing, let's go with favorite number, and now let's give it up a space over here. And if I try to run this particular code, let's click on Control S and let's click on build and run from top. Okay, so over here now you guys will be able to see that it is trying to get my result, and once I'm trying to get out the result over here, you guys can see your favorite number. And over here, if I just put my favorite number, let's say 7, and if I click on enter, the result over here is showing me in a sentence that your favorite number is 7. Okay, so over here you guys can see this is the type of information I will get right over here. And now again, let's come here, and instead of integer, let's say instead of one number, you guys can sometimes tell that in decimal numbers. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just click on to this double function. Okay, so over here this is a double function, and let's click on Control S to save it. And now if you give any number with integer, sometimes they might be 7.5 years old. Okay, in that case, if they put 7.5, we will get the answer as well. Okay, let's click build and run from here. And now if I just put, let's say 7.5, and if I click on enter, you can see that your favorite number is 7.5. Okay, so this is just a small example. You guys can come here and basically you guys will be able to change these values as well. Okay, if you do want to put out any kind of character like your grade. Okay, so let's type your grade, and let's come here and let's type your grade is, and instead of fav number, if I just change this to grade, I can just change out the name. Okay, or let me just type result. And now let's come here, and also over here let's put result, and also over here let's change up the variable name to result. Okay, so now as this is done, let's click on Control S, and here I will just change it to CHAR, which is this particular function. Okay, so let's click on Control S over here. Now let's click on build and run option, and here now if I just put A, and if I click on enter, you guys can see your grade is A. And instead of one small character, if I want to have a whole string, let's say I want to write my name. Okay, let's come here. Let's just let's just change the question from here. Okay, let's change the question to your good name. Okay, and now over here, I want to print something else like hello. And after that, I want to just put out the result as well. Okay, so now Control S, and over here now let's try to build and run. Otherwise, let's go back. I will come here and I will change this one to string. Okay, so I'll just type str, or let's take this string function over here. And now again, let's try to run this one. Let's click on build and run. And over here, if I type Jake, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see, once I'm running this one, it is showing me hello Jake as the result. Okay. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on how you will be able to get information from the user. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginner tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where I'll be showing you guys by building a very basic calculator using the C++. Okay, so over here, we already have learned that how you will be able to get information from the user or get input from the user, and using that input, how you will be able to create a calculator. Let's say the user gave you two numbers to add up, or they give two numbers you to multiply. So how you will be able to do that? We will learn each and everything about that in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the code blocks. So from here, let's create up a new project over here. Let's go to the console application. From here, let's select C++. Let's click on next and let's type the project title as basic calculator. And over here, I will just click on next. Let's click on finish, which will basically create me this basic calculator file right over here. Okay. So now from resources, let's go to my projects. So I'll just click on projects and I will just click on main.ccp. And let's come here and let's delete this particular line from here. Okay. So over here now we are going to start learning that how you will be able to add two different numbers over here, like how you will be able to create a basic calculator. So in last class we have already learned about getting the input from the user. So here the same way we are going to ask a bunch of questions to the user, and the user is going to put out the information. Let's say he want to add three numbers or he want to add two numbers. So I'll just ask him the first number, second number, and after that, we will just give him the addition of all of those numbers. So let me just show you guys this one with some basic example. And over here, first thing we need to understand that are we going to work with the whole number or are we going to add the decimal numbers as well? Okay, let me first show you guys with the whole number. So it's very important that you guys remember what are the kind of data types you guys are using. Okay, so the data type at first for the whole numbers which you're using is the integer. And if I just type int, you guys can see that particular function. So function are basically the keywords which actually help you to get a particular kind of work done. Okay, so once I have this int, now I need to name out the variable. Okay, so what is the name that I can give it to the variable first? So if I just think, let's type uh number 1. Okay, so I will just put the first variable name as number one, and let's give this out a comma. Let's give it up a space. And for the second number, I will just go with number two. And after that, let's try to add up three numbers at first. Okay, and I want to put this one as number three as the third variable name. So let's close this line with a semicolon. And after that, let's click on enter. And now we need to ask that what do I want to print over here, or what kind of question am I going to ask to the user? Okay, so to print that question up, let's go with count. And after writing count, let's give it up a space. And now let's give double less than sign. Let's give out a space over here. Let's open the double quote. And now I will ask the question, which is the first number. Okay, let me just ask like this: first number. Let's give it up a colon, and now you can give out a space as well. Okay, and once you're done, now let's come here, let's go with a semicolon. Let's click on enter. And now I have told you that if you want to print the input, okay, what you need to do. So the function over here, which you need to use is the sin function, or you just can type CIN, okay. And instead of the less than sign over here, we do have to use the greater than sign twice, which is just the opposite of the count. Okay, so now I will just give out a space. And also now, as I'm going to ask the first number in the sin, I will just put the first variable, which is the number one. Okay, so I will just come here, and here you guys can see number one integer I will be basically putting on here. So let's click on enter. Let's give it up some space. And now again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. I'm going to click on Control C to copy. Let's come here and let's go down, and let's click on Control V right over here. Okay, so I will just close this up with a semicolon. Let's click on enter. Let's come here, and now I will just change uh, this one from first number to second number, because I have already told you that how this programming actually works. So it starts to decode it from the beginning. Okay, so it starts to decode it from top. Okay, and also we need to make sure that we basically add the plus or hashtag include cmath. Okay, if I am doing some mathematical equations. Okay, so we will do that as well once we are done over here. And now let's come here, and from here now let's take this. Okay, Control C to copy. Let's come here, Control V to paste. Now let's give it up a space. And lastly, let's come here, and from here, instead of second number, let's name this one as the third number, or this is the type of question that I'm going to ask. And also under the scene, from number one, I will just change it to a number three scene. Okay. So over here, this is how it actually works over here. So you guys can see all my set of questions. So these are the three set of questions that I'm going to ask the user, and I'm going to get the information accordingly. Okay, so here I'm trying to get out the very basic calculator I'm trying to make. And now I will just click on enter. And what I want to do is I want to just get out the final result right over here. Okay, so for that, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type here as count, or COUT, give it up a space, and I will just put out the function. Let's say double less than sign. Let's give it up a space. And over here, now I need to mention these numbers. Okay, so I will just tell that number one variable plus number two variable plus number three variable is basically going to be the answer. Okay, so let's type number one let's give it up a space. Let's click on plus, and now I will just type number 2. Let's give it up a space and let's give it up a plus, and I will just type number 3, and I will just close down the semicolon. Okay. So this is going to be the last answer. So all the three numbers which I will provide at last, once I click on enter, after all of these questions, they'll be giving me the whole number or the addition of all of these three numbers. Okay. So over here, you need to understand that if I'm working with decimal, they will show an error, because over here, I am only telling that I'm going to only use the whole numbers. That's why I have used the integer data type instead of the double data type. Okay. So now let's come here. Let's check this one again. Okay. So sometimes you guys can just make some mistakes. No worries with that. And here you guys can see the problem is that here also I do have put the number 1, whereas I do had to put number 2. Okay, so number 1, number 2 variable and number 3 variable is present right over here. So now let's click on Control S to save it. And after that, let's go on top and let's click on build and run. Okay. So once I've clicked on build and run, they're asking me for the first number. Let's click 3. Let's click on enter. Let's click 4. Let's click on enter. And for the third number, let's give 6. And if I just click on enter, you guys can see the total is 13. Okay. So if you just do a basic math, 6 plus 4 is 10, 10 plus 3 is 13. So I do have my answer right over here. So the same way, you guys can come here and you guys can just do a subtraction as well. Okay. Otherwise, if you want to work with a decimal number, so I will just come here, change the data type from integer to double. Okay. So let's come here. Let's go with double, which can hold more decimals comparing to the float data type. Okay. So now again, Control S. Let's click on build and run. And now let's put the number as 6.3 plus 9.1 plus 7.2. Okay. And if I click on enter, here you guys can see the total is 22.6. Okay. So here I am actually doing the uh, sum. Okay, I am doing the addition right over here. So if you just want to calculate it with your calculator quick, you guys can do that and you guys will see that the answer is all correct. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically work. Okay, and also instead of this, if you just want to do multiplication, let's come here, and instead of plus, if I just go with minus, let's come here and now let's delete this one. And over here now, let's try to run this one. And here I want to delete this variable as well. Okay, so I'll just delete this variable. And from here now, Control S. So now let's click on build and run. And let's try to check this one as well. Let's go with 9. Let's click enter, -2. If I click on enter, you guys can see I am getting the answer of 7 right over here, which just did the subtraction. Okay. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on how you will be able to create up a basic calculator from the user input. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, where I'll be showing you guys by building a Madlibs game in C++. Okay, so I'll be showing you what a Madlibs game is, how you will be able to create that in C++ program. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I do have created another project named as the Madlibs game over here. And now, before starting this class, let's go to Chrome and let's see what a Madlibs game is. Okay. So basically, Madlibs game is a word game which is created by Leonard Stern and the Roger Price. So if I'm going for a easy description, it basically consists of one player prompting others for a list of words to substitute for blanks. Okay, let's say you do have a particular sentence, but one a particular word is missing from that sentence. So according to that, they might ask you a color or they might tell you which words actually suits the best. You guys can put on that particular word and your Madlibs game will be done. Okay, so you can use it for a storytelling or reading aloud. So this game is frequently played as a party game or a pastime and it is categorized as a phrasal template game. If you do want to see some examples, let me show you guys in all of this right over here. You guys can see the Madlibs are quite big. Okay, so over here, if I just click on this Madlibs, you guys can see this is an example of the Madlibs. So here I do have to put the word, but now I don't know what word to put, but they're just giving me a hint that it is going to be an adjective. Over here you guys can put up a name. Here it will be a past tense verb. So according to that, you guys need to fill it up and let's see from there how many of those are actually right. Okay, so this is all about a Madlibs game. And if you do want to create that right over here, let's come here and let's try to create up a Madlibs game. Okay, so for that, the first thing what you need to do is you need to write down a face which you want to print later. So let me just type out and double less than sign, and over here now I will just open up the double quotation, and here I need to put the phrases which I want to print. Okay, so I will just tell that David, or let's go with he is a good boy. Okay, so now I will come here and let me just give the semicolon over here. Otherwise, here I want to end the particular sentence. So in that case, I will just go with ENDL. But here I need to put out the double less than sign, and after that I will come here and I will just basically put out the semicolon here at last. Okay, so here you guys can see that I do have the first sentence. You guys can have multiple sentences of a Madlibs, uh and I will just type he, or let's go with count double less than sign, open the double quote, he used to play football, and let's come here and let's go with ENDL. Okay, so I will just double less than sign, let's just give it up a space, give it up a space, and over here ENDL and semicolon. Let's click on enter over here. Okay, so I will just click on enter, and now I will just give count double less than sign. Let's open up double quote in the field. Okay, so over here you guys can see he is a good boy. He used to play football in the field. Okay, so over here now let's go with John. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now is from here I will just remove this letter. Let's let it be a blank over here, and also in the game I will just put out a blank, and also here in the location I will put out a blank right over here. So the user need to put whatever he wants to put in those particular places, but there I will tell that it might be an objective, or it might be a name, or it might be a game, or I will just tell the location. Okay, so in that case now let's start doing that. And for that, the first thing what I need to do is I need to define the data type. Okay, as I'm going to have more than one character, I'm going to use the data type known as string. Okay, so I'll just type string over here, and the first data type is going to be name. Okay, so I will just put name, let's give a comma, and now I will just put the second line as game. Okay, let's go with game. Let's give it a comma. And lastly, I will just name this one as location and finish it off with a semicolon. So now I'll again click on enter. And after that, I will just click on enter again. And once I have actually named up all the variables, now I have to make sure that I do get the information from the user. Okay. So for that, now let's go with count double less than sign. Let's click on space double quote on, and I will ask that enter a name. Okay, so I will just tell enter a name. Let's give it up a space. Let's come over here, semicolon. Now let's click on enter. And once I have done that, now let's put out the keyword which is get line. And after writing get line, I will just come here, and from here now let's open parenthesis. Okay, and inside the parenthesis I need to type the scene keyword. Okay, so I will just type scene, let's give it a comma, and now I will define that which variable I want to put it right over here. So over here I need to put out the name variable which is at first. Okay, so I do have put out the name variable, and now let's close this one up with a semicolon as well. So the same way, now let's copy this one using Control C, and let's come over here. Let's give it a Control V. Okay, so let's come here, and now let's come the same way, and let's go with a Control V as well. Okay, but now over here, I will just type enter a game, and also right over here in the third variable line, I will just tell enter a location. And the same way, I need to change out the variable in the second line of those. I will type here game variable. Okay, so let's type the game variable right over here, and also over here. Now let's type location variable. Okay, so you guys can see now I do have put out the location variable. So as this part is actually done, okay, so this part is actually clear. But now instead of putting the numbers, or instead of putting the answers already, I'm going to put out the extra thing right over here. Okay, let's come here, and from here now let's try to give it out a name. And instead of this, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to write out the name of this variable directly. Okay, so let's come here of this last sentence, and double less than sign, let's go with ENDL, and semicolon right over here. So let's come here, and from here let's type the variable. So let's try to type the first variable over here, which is name. Okay, so I'll just put out name, and double less than sign, let's give it out a space. And the same way over here, now I will just type he used to play, and now let's give out a space over here. And over here now I will be typing, or let's just give the double less than sign, and in between I'll be typing the second variable which is game. Okay, so over here I will just type out this one, and lastly I want to give them the location as well. Okay, so now let's come here in the let's put out the double less than sign, and over here I will just put location variable. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have put out the location variable as well. So I can just give out a name. I will just tell them what game they are playing, and also lastly I want to put out the location as well. Okay, so actually this is ready. If I want to play it up, I can just come here and let's check how my Madlibs actually work. Okay, so Control S to save it. And now let's click on build and run. Okay, so over here now I will just name this as Mike. And let's go back. Let's come here and let's just go back. Okay, so I'll just come here and let's just build and run this again. Control S. And over here now, let's build this up, enter a name, which is Mike, and enter a game, which is badminton. Let's click on enter, where I will be just putting on a location, which I'll do in indoor stadium. And if I click on enter, here you guys can see the answer is Mike is a good boy. He used to play badminton in the indoor stadium. So this is how you guys can see. Over here, I didn't basically put the name, okay, what is going to be the name, but the user himself is actually giving me all the information, and based on the information from the user, I am creating these particular Madlibs. But here you guys can see that there is no space in between Mike and is. Okay, so that one I have to come here and I have to give it up a space over here. Okay, and now again Control S. And if I do run this one, okay, let's come here and let's click on build and run. And now if I just type enter a name, which is Brad, enter a game, rugby, and enter a location, let's say school. Okay, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see Brad is a good boy. He used to play rugby in the school. Okay, so here you guys can see I am being able to give out different information and get different result based on the user input. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on how you will be able to create up a Madlibs. Whether you guys have already seen that Madlibs can be pretty big, okay? Like you guys can create a lot of lines of Madlibs. But over here, just to show you guys an example, I have just give out three variables over here. So you guys can have multiple variables and you guys can execute a bigger Madlibs game in a large format. But the way is same. Okay, the same way you have to come here, you have to just put out the user question which they'll fill, and after that make sure to put the keyword get line open parenthesis, then the sin function, and also the variable which you do want to print into that particular statement. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, where we will be understanding about arrays. Okay, like how you will be able to use up an array, how it is basically different from a variable. We will be learning about that. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the workspace and I do have created a new C++ uh, IDE page as well. Okay, this is a new project named as arrays. Okay, so why do we use arrays? Okay, so you guys have seen that in our previous classes, I do have created different kind of variables. But in variables, we are able to only save a particular type of data. Let's say if I do want to save one string, I am able to actually save that particular one string. Okay. But here in array, we will be able to actually save up a bunch of letters, let's say a bunch of strings, a bunch of integers, a bunch of whole numbers over here. And after that, from there, we will be able to choose that which index number variable or which index number data I do want it to print. Okay, so I will be able to do it all of this using the array function. Okay, so we will look into that. So the main difference between an array and a variable is basically that an array is not able to like an array is able to store a lot of information. Sometimes we do have thousands of information, and sometimes we also don't know that what am I going to put inside the array. So in a variable, we have to specify that this particular thing or this particular variable stores this particular element or this particular word or this particular whole number or this particular decimal number only. But here in array, we will basically learn about that. So to create up a first to create up a first array, I need to specify that using which data type we guys are working. Okay. So if I'm working with whole number, so I will just put the data number of int, which is the integer. And over here, now I'm going to name up my array. So let me name up my array as even num. Okay, so I will just name it as even num. And here, now this is basically a bit different from creating a variable. So the first thing is that once you have named up your array, you need to specify this one with a square bracket. Okay, not a curly bracket but a square bracket. And once you have created this square bracket, we will understand its usage just a bit later, how this square bracket will actually help you. And after that, let's give it up a space and let's go with the equals to sign. And now you guys can actually create up a curly bracket, and inside the curly bracket you guys can put all the data what you want to store inside an array. Let's say for even numbers, I will come here, I will just put 2, let's go with 4, okay, let's put out a comma, let's go with 6, comma, let's go with 8, 10, 12, let's go with 10, let's go with 12, let's go with 14, and let's go with 16 right over here. And once you have specified this one, let's close this one with a semicolon. Okay, so in the first line, you guys can see that this is not a variable because here it is being specified by a square bracket that this is an array, because all my options or my data is inside this curly bracket. And from here, if I want to print anything, let's click on enter and let's click on enter again. And from here, if I do want to print any number, let's go with, or let's come here and let's click on enter. Let's come here. And over here, if I want to print anything, let's go with count. And over here, double less than sign. And now I will just name the array, which is even num. Okay, so here you guys can see the integer. And from here, now I can specify that inside this particular array, what I want to print. Okay, so if you guys don't know already that this actually do have a number. Okay, like they do actually have the index number for that. Okay, as the first number inside your array is 0. Okay, and after that, this one is 1, this one is 2, this number is 3. If I come here, this is 4, this is 5, this is 6, and last character inside my array is 7. So these are all the index numbers of my array right over here. You guys can see in total 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here you guys can see that total I do have 8 numbers, but the index number will come from 7. Whether it be an integer, whether it be a string, it will be stored like that only. And inside your array, you need to tell that using the comma that this is a different data and this second one is a different data. You will be able to differentiate using the comma button. So C++ will basically understand that both are not the same data, but both are different data inside an array. So let me just delete this one. Let's come here. Let's click on even num. And now I will be basically printing out. So let's come here. Let's just open up a square bracket. And over here now, let's say I want to actually print number 6. So I need to know what is the index number of 6, which is 2, as this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2. So if I just put 2 over here, let me just put out a semicolon over here. And now Control S to save it. And if I just build and run this here, you guys can see that number 6 will basically be printed. Okay, so this is how it actually works. Like if you want to come here and if you want to create up or print up data inside an array. Huh? So this is how you guys will be able to work right over here. So now we will also learn that if you want to manipulate, okay, how you will be able to do so. Okay, like let's say you want to manipulate data inside of an array, how you will be able to do that. So for that, what I need to do is I need to come here and let's say now after this line, I will just come here. Okay, let's come here, let's click on enter, let's click on enter again, and over here now I want to modify the data which I have inside the array. So for that, first thing first, I need to actually mention the name of the array, which is the event num. So now I have to mention in this particular array, let's open the square bracket, and I have to tell that which particular index number value or the data I want to manipulate. Let's say I want to manipulate the data from 2 to something else. So I will just click on 0. Let's come here and over here. Now I will just give it up a space. Okay, let's come here and let's provide a space. And now this particular data, I want to come here and I want to make this 2 as 22. Okay, so over here now I will just put out the semicolon right over here, and you guys can see I do have modified the data which I have inside this array. Okay, so I do have mentioned the array, I do have mentioned the index number, and also I do have mentioned the value which will show later. Okay, let's come here and over here on even num. Now let's try to print 0. Okay, so if I come here and if I just put out 0, Control S to save it up, and now let's go and run this particular code, and here it's showing me 22 as the answer. So this is how you guys will be able to modify your data. So I hope till this much you guys to have understood. And now let's try to understand what is the usage of this particular square box which I have over here in my array. Okay. So sometimes what happens is that we actually don't know that how many numbers do I want to store over here. Let's say if you come here and if you would want to store 30 numbers, you guys can just specify that inside this particular array, I will have 30 characters. Okay, so I do have specified that total I can have 30 characters right over here. And instead of like, let me just delete this one. Okay, this one was just modification. And as I mentioned that here it will have 30 characters. And what I can do is now I can come here and basically I can just put out a number. So only I do have 8 characters in total. But now let's say if I just go with 15 characters, or if I want to print that thing up, let's go with even num. Okay, So I will just put out the array name, and after even num, let's open the square bracket. And after opening the square bracket, let's go with 15. And as I don't have any value inside 15, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go with equals to sign, and I am telling that in this particular array, the number 15 value is going to be 40. Okay. Otherwise, let's go with 40 right over here. And also in the even num array, I want to type the index number 15. Okay, so let's come here, let's type 15, and if I just print this thing out, you guys will be able to see the answer as 40 right over here. So let's put out the semicolon, control S to save it. Now let's click build and run, and here you guys can see the answer is 40 right over here. Okay, so this is how also we guys can actually work, and sometimes we also don't know that how many characters we are going to store inside a particular array. Okay, so in that cases, what I can also do is I can come here and I can basically delete all of this. Let's say if I just come here and let's just delete whatever data I did had inside the array. And from here, let's say I can just specify each and everything in detail. Let's come here. Let's say I will have 25 characters inside my data, but I don't know what are those data going to be. Okay. And over here now, let's come to the array. And over here in the array, let's say the first number, okay, or let's say the first index number is going to be 50. And over here now, if I just print even num as 1, okay, or let's go with 0 over here and 0 over here as well. Okay, and now if I print this one, you guys will see that I will have this 50 character, right? Like the answer will be printed as 50 because the value of the zero index number is 50. I do have mentioned it right over here. And in total, I can do 25 of this because inside this particular array known as even num, I can have 25 whole numbers or integer data types. Okay. So I didn't actually tell that what are the 25 characters, but I do have mentioned one by one and I can just do it accordingly till down. So control S to save it, and now let's click on build and run, and you guys will be able to see that I have printed 50 right over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope this class was clear on arrays. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn about functions in detail. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12 where we will be using functions in C++. Okay, so we will be learning about the different functions available in the C++ programming. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I do have created another project over here and I do have my C++ file, okay, where I will be putting on all of my codes. So over here, first, we need to understand that what is a function. So a function is basically a set of code which actually helps you to do a particular task. Okay, so if you do have a particular code, okay, or a particular word, it actually helps you to get a particular or a desired outcome, or it does a desired task. Okay, so the computer or the particular language C++, it understands that what I am trying to make it to do, and it actually performs accordingly. So in our last classes, we do have seen that we also put plus include, and I just put over here cmath, which over here it understand that I'm going to use some of the functions in math. Okay, so over here those are some of the functions, and if you just look at my screen over here, you guys can see I do have the int function, and also I do have named this one as main. So this is one function. So this is the main function where by default you will be able to write your code. Okay. So if I just increase out the space over here, and you guys can see it is actually uh, divided by the second bracket, okay, the curly bracket, and it is just opening with a curly bracket and it is closing with a curly bracket as well. Okay, so you guys can see it is actually working quite like that, and any code whatever we just write inside this will basically be executed and will be printed as well once we click on build and run. Okay, so we do have seen all of that. So this is basically the default place, the int page or the int function where it will be showing it in print. Okay, but over here now, if you do want to create another new functions just on top of the default function. Okay, so over here the function which I'm going to use is known as the void function. Okay, so over here you guys can see I am using the void function, and here now I want to name this particular function. So void means that if I just run this particular code as well, it won't actually show if I don't mention these particular functions over here. Okay, so as this particular function is known as void, I need to name this particular function. Let's say I want to say hello. So let's type say hello over here. Let's open parenthesis, and after that, let's come onto this particular place, and from here now let's open the curly bracket. Okay, and now let's click on enter, and you guys can see now it is actually creating up a space where I can execute whatever I do want to print. So let's come here, and if I just click on enter, and from here now let's print something. Okay, if I just type count and double less than sign, open the double quote, and let's type hello man. Okay, so let's type hello man. Let's give a double quote over here, and also I will just close this down with a semicolon. Okay, so let's come here and let's just close this up with a semicolon. And here you guys can see that I am telling this void function to actually print me this. Okay, which is hello man, which I have this inside the quotation. But if I come here and if I try to run this particular code, you guys will be able to see that I do have a blank right over here. Okay, because we have to understand that this is basically the default place where you guys, if you do any kind of programming, it will show you once you run this particular program and it will be printed. But over here the function is only void. Okay, and over here now whatever I print, it won't basically show over here at first. Okay, so in that particular case what I need to do is I need to mention over here in this default page. Let's come here, and if I just click on enter, and if I tell, or if I just name the function which is say hello, let's type say hello. And if I just open parenthesis, and after that, let's come here and let's put out the semicolon. And if I try to run this particular function right now, okay, let's click on build and run. You guys will be able to see that the text or the string which I had mentioned inside the void function is being printed right over here. Okay, because inside this default place I do have mentioned that I want to print this particular function right over here. Okay, so I do have specified the name of the function. Okay, so this is the first one right over here. And now if you do want to print anything on top of that, let's come here, and now let's uh, click, let's come here, and over here now if you want to click enter, and let's come here, let's click enter. And if I do want to type anything on top of this and anything underneath, I can also do that. Okay, so the same way, just come right over here. Let's go with count double less than sign. Let's put the double quote over here and let's type up. Okay, let's give out some spaces. And now let's go with the semicolon. And also the same way, I will just copy this one using Control C. Let's come here. Okay, so over here, I will come and I'll just click on Control V. Okay, so let's come here and you guys can see now I will just change this one to down as well. So using this particular example, I'll show you that how this coding actually works. Okay, so let's save it using Control S. Okay, and now let's try to run this whole code again. Control S, and now if I just click on build and run, you guys are able to see that in one single line, I do have the up, hello man, and down. Okay, so what does it basically mean? Okay, so here totally it's coming here in the default panel or the default programming panel, and in the default programming they're seeing that first I'm telling them to print up, and after that they're telling me that I want them to look at the function. Okay, this particular function. So after that, after looking it from here, it's directly going on to this top function, and inside the top function they're seeing that inside the function I'm telling them to print this particular string. And after that, once this string is also printed, it's coming down over here and it is printing this other command inside the default thing itself. Okay, so this is how the function actually works right over here. Okay, and now let's try to understand more. Okay, so for that now, if you do want to come here into this particular function or this void function right over here, now if I want to specify, let's say I want to specify the function inside. Okay, so for that now, if I do want to work on with a string, I will just go in the first parenthesis, and over here I will just type string. I'll just give it up a space, and now I will just put out the name of that particular individual. So for that, I will just type string and name inside this first parenthesis. And what I'm gonna do is I don't want to print hello man, but instead I want to print hello and its name as well. Okay. So for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and after that, let's come to this particular position and let's put double less than sign, and after that over here I will specify what is the string, okay, which is name right over here. Okay, so I'll just specify this particular string, and what I'm gonna do is now here in the say hello, okay, in this default panel, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to specify the name. Okay, let's say in the say hello function, I want to specify the name as Mark. Okay, so I will just specify the name as Mark, and now let's click on Control S. Now let's go and let's build and run this function, and over here now it will show me that here I will have the particular name. But one mistake which I did over here is in the line number 15, where I didn't put any quotation mark. Okay, so I'll just put double quote at the start and double quote at the end. Okay, so Control S again, and now let's click on build and run. Okay, so here you guys can see it is being printed as hello Mark. Okay, so what it's doing is once it's coming here, it's saying that I'm telling them to print this one with the value which is Mark. And over here my command is that in say hello function I do have a string variable which is as name, And after that, here I'm telling to print hello and the name which I do have provided in the default panel of programming. Okay, so this is how it actually works. And the next way, if you do want to increase it, okay, let's say from here, I want to increase the string as well as I want to store other datas. Let's say in this particular function, I also want to store the age. Okay. So from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and now from here, let's put out an integer. So I will just put out comma to differentiate and I will just put int and I'll just give out a space and I will just name this variable as age. Okay, so I will just name this particular variable as age. And after that, I will come here and let me just give this out some space. Okay, so I will just put double less than sign and I'll just give out a space and let's put out the double quote. Hello, name you your age is, and after that again right over here I will just put double less than sign and I will type the variable name which is age and I will just close this thing down with a semicolon. Okay, so over here you guys can see how it actually works right over here once I do have mentioned it. And after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and as I want to paste it in one single line, okay, I will come here and I want to just type ENDL at last. Okay, so I will just put ENDL at line. And if I don't put as I do have only one word or one sentence right now, okay, let's go with, let's come here. Let's just close this thing down. And also here, I will just give out a comma and I will just put out the name. Okay, let's go with 44. Okay, so I do have two data inside the say hello function. The first one is Mark and the second one is 44. Okay, and over here, now, if I just print this thing up, let's just give it up a space. Okay, let's give out a space from this particular side as well. Okay, so now let's just run this particular code and here you guys will see that how it is being executed. So now if I just go here and if I just click on uh, build, so let's come here and for integer, I don't have to basically give anything, okay, like give any quotation. So I'll just come here, control S, and now let's click on build and run and you guys can see that here it is printing that hello Mark, your age is 44. Okay, so this type of things or this type of functions we do only specifically use in particular cases. Let's say only this thing, this particular statement I want to use a lot many times with different kind of data. So for that, again, what I can do is I will come here and let's say control C and I will just paste it right over here. Let's click on enter. Okay, and let's click control V. Let's click on enter, control V. Let's click enter and control V and I will just change all the names. Okay, so let's come here instead of Mark, let's go Matthew and I will just put as 24 and instead of Mark, I will put Thomas. Okay, so I will just go with Thomas over here and instead of 44, let's go with 72 and I will just put Kevin and over here instead of 44 I'm gonna put 55. Okay, so here you guys can see that I do have all this information. Let's give it up a space. Let's give it up a space over here and let's try to maintain this spacing as well. Totally depends up to you how much spacing do you want inside the letters. Okay, let's come here, let's give it out a space and also over here I will just put out a space as well. Okay, so now if I want to come here and let's put out the age, let's give it up a space, let's go double less than sign, and now over here I will just type ENDL. Okay, so I will just end in each line over here. So I will have 4 lines of statement if I just run this particular code. Okay, so for that, let's come here, and from here now let's run this code. Okay, so let's go here and let's run this code, and here you guys can see, hello Matthew, your age is 24. Hello Thomas, your age is 72. Hello Kevin, your age is 55. Hello Mark, your age is 44. So there is 4 continuous statement using this only one function. Okay, but the same way, if I come here and let me show you another thing, that if I, as I do have this statement and it's working right now, if I take this particular statement, let's click on Control X, and afterwards, if I just come underneath, okay, so let's click on Enter, and over here now, if I click on Control V, and if I try to run this particular code now, which is underneath, okay, and now if I just click on Build and Run, here you guys can see that I do have an error in running this particular function. Okay, because they do see that, okay, I do have values over here in the main panel where I can do my programming, but on top I don't have anything. Okay, so what it means, it's able to understand that it have value, but with what equation they will do, they're not able to understand. Okay, so to solve it, you guys need to come here and you guys need to basically put your code on top, because once they see your code on top, as I've already told you how it actually works. Okay, so it starts to decode it from the start and it goes the, to the end as well. Okay, so this is how it actually works right here. Otherwise, if you don't want this particular statement to move on top, the other thing what I can do is I can specify on top that I do have this void function right over here. Okay, so I can just specify the variables over here. Let's click on Control C to copy, and let's come here, let's click on Control V, and let's put out a semicolon right over here. And again, if I try to run this, okay, let's click on Build and Run. Here you guys can see again I am able to execute or run my code accordingly. Okay, so I'll just close this thing down right over here, and I hope this class was clear about functions. We do have learned the usage of functions. So functions are nothing else but a list of code which actually helps you to execute a particular task. Okay, so it is a container where you guys can store different type of task, and different keywords holds different type of task accordingly. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 30, where I'll be showing you guys by getting the return statement. Okay, so here in this particular chapter, we'll be learning about that. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I already do have created this particular new project named as the return statement, and I do have opened a C++ file as well. Okay. So in last class, we do have learned about functions. So functions is basically known as a container which consists of a lot of code which does a different kind of task according to the code that we put. So we also do have learned understood that this is basically the default place where we can do our programming. If we want to do on top, we have to actually mention a few other things. So in this particular class, we are going to learn about the return statement. So in last class, we have seen that once you put functions, they do give us output. Okay, but over here, once we apply or once we are trying to work with the function, we will also see that it will give us a return statement. So basically, we will be working with that. So to make you guys understand that in a better way, let's come here, and on top, let's say if I want to find a cube of a particular number, let's say what are the things that I can do? let's go with uh 7. Okay, I want to find the cube of 7, so it will be like this, like 7 times 3. Otherwise it will be 7 into 7 into 7. Okay, so this is the two ways of how you will be able to get out the answer. Okay, so from here, now what I'm gonna do is in last class, we do have used the function known as void. Okay, but over here we are going to use up a different functions. Let's say I can use up a character, I can use up a string. Okay, I can use this character, I can just use up a string, I can use up a integer, or if I do want to work with decimal numbers, I can just put the double data type. But for here, now I will just go with integer. And from here, now let me just name this one accordingly. Okay, so I will just name this one as cube. Okay, as I do want to find the cube of a particular number. And after that, uh, over here, now I will be giving up or opening up parenthesis. Okay, so on top, I will just open up the parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis, I have to mention that what kind of data type am I using. Okay, so I will just go with integer, and after that, I am going to name this thing up. Okay, so let me just name up this particular character. So I will just name this one as the number. Okay, so I'll just name this one as the number. Let's open the first bracket. Okay, like the curly bracket. And over here now again, let's open up the curly bracket. Let's click on enter, and let's click on enter over here as well. Let's come here, and let's place it right over here. And now what I'm gonna do is I'll come here and I will be trying to put out all of my data right over here. So for that, now the next thing is to find out a cube, what I need to do. So here I told that I'll be using integer, and the integer name or the variable name over here is cube. Okay, and over there I have also written that the integer is going to be number. So now the result of the integer, again, I will just put int, and I'll just give out a space. And over here, I do want the result, and I'll just give equals to, okay, is number into number into number. Okay, so over here, if you take a look, that if you want to make a cube here, you do have mentioned that it's going to be an integer in the data type. And here under result, you guys can see that I am basically doing the cube. So let's say if you just take 2. So here you guys can already see that I do have defined the variable as well. Okay, so here is the data type, which is int, and I do have given the variable, the name is result. Okay, so here result will be equals to the number which we'll put here into our default programmer. Okay, and it will just multiply 3 times, okay, the same number. So over here, now if I just come over here, let's click on enter. And now if I do want to print it, what I can do is I can just type the return statement. Okay, so I can just type return, and I'll just give out a space, and I want it to return the result. Okay, so I will just type result right over here. Let's go with the semicolon, and this is how it actually will look. Okay, so here you guys can see, uh, here I am using the data type as integer, and I do have named this function as the cube function. And under cube function, I am using the data type of integer, and I do have the properties name as number. And here you guys can see under integer, I do have the variable known as result. I do have given the equation. And at last, I wanted to return the result to me that I can see. Okay. But now, if I just play this one, I won't be able to view it because I don't have the values. So if I want to put on the values, let's come here in the default place over here. And from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type the int, which is the integer. And after that, I am going to type a new variable. Okay. So the variable is going to be answer. Okay. So I'll just name this one as answer. Otherwise, let's name this one as the main. Okay. So I will just go with main, or let's go with answer itself. Okay. So I'll just go with answer, and answer is equals to cube. Okay, so over here you guys can see this particular integer. I will make sure that I uh, mention this cube, which is the function. Okay, so the answer is equals to this particular function. Okay, and the value of this particular function is, let's open parenthesis and let's go with 7. Okay, so I'll just put on 7 right over here, and I'll just put on the semicolon. Let's click on enter, and now I want to print it. So to print it, what you need to do is you need to type the statement as count double less than sign. Okay, and after that I want to actually print the answer, which is equals to the function, and the function value is 7 right over here. Okay, so for that, let's type answer, and after that let's go with the colon. Okay, so over here, let's me show you how it actually works. So first off, it won't just go on top and it won't start decoding your code. Firstly, it will come here, and here you guys can see that you're using the integer data type, and here you do have created a variable, and the variable name is answer, which is equals to the cube. Okay, it's saying that it is equals to the cube function, and once it says that it is equals to the cube function, it is just going to the cube, and here you guys have given the value as well. Okay, so over here you guys can see it will just directly go to the cube function, and over here you guys can see that it is just working, and here it uh, it will just put out the value in the number. Okay, so into the integer number, as you guys can see here inside the bracket you do have the number, and here in the main or the default programming page you do have the number here in detail. Okay, but here you do have only the formula. Okay, so this is how it's going to print out. Now if I just try to run this particular code, let's go with build and run, you guys will be able to see that this particular code will be executed. Okay, so over here now let's wait. Okay, and here you guys can see this is the cube of 7. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work right over here. And from here also, if you want to skip any part, let's say you want to skip this particular statement and you want to do it directly, in that case, instead of putting this answer or instead of creating this variable directly, you guys can just type this cute, and from here now let's take this cube, let's click on Control X, let's delete this particular part, and let's click on Control V right over here. Okay, and now let's just click on backspace. So count is equal to cube. Okay, here you guys can see its name is cube, and here now I do have the value as well. Okay, so if I try to run this one, let's click on Control S, and let's go with build and run, which will actually give me the same result. Okay, so here also you guys can see it's giving me the same result, but I do have directly put on the value to print instead of making it a variable and then redirecting it back on top. Okay, so this is one way, and the other way, instead of coming right over here, instead of using this particular statement on top, like I do have the integer, I do have mentioned this particular function. So here also, you guys can just delete this middle part over here. Okay, so let's come here, and from here, let's just take this one. Okay, and let's delete this variable from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this int result variable, but instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna take this number, control X, and over here now I will come and I want it to return this statement directly. Okay, so here you guys can see the function name is cube, and inside you will have the number, and directly I want to return the number into number into number. So I do have the equations right over here directly as well. Okay, so you guys can actually work like that. And also over here, you guys will get the same return statement. Okay, so here what you did is in this part also you have removed the variable, and on top function as well, you do have returned the variable. Okay, so directly also you guys can do so. Control S, and if I just build and run, you guys can see I do have the same answer right over here back again. Okay, so here you do have to understand a very important thing about the return statement. Okay, so in what particular cases we do use the return statement? Let's say if I come here after the return statement, and if I just try to print anything, okay, let's say I just want to print some simple thing, so count less than sign, let's open up the quotation, and over here I will type Jake. Okay, so I will just type Jake over here. But now once the return statement is executed, it won't go down and it won't basically run this particular code, because C++ programming understand that once you use this return statement, it is basically the end of the particular function. Okay, whenever you use the return statement in a particular function, it won't go down, and if you have more content behind, you guys can have, but it won't run that particular code which you have as well. Okay, so now here it is supposed to actually print Jake, but it won't, because I do have it just on just below the return statement in the first function. Okay, so if you do want to see an example, let's come here and let's click on build and run. And here you guys can see I only have the value in integer, which is 343, which I had before, but not this particular statement as Jake. The same goes with this over here. Okay, and the same goes with the first function as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope this class was clear about understanding the return statement, how important it is once we were working in the C++ programming. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14, where we will be learning about the if statement. Okay, so we will understand about the if statement in detail here in this particular class, like in what scenarios do we use the if statement. We will also learn more about if statement because that is kind of vast. We will know about comparisons, we will know about the else if statement, we'll know about the else statement as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the code blocks. So let's create up a new project from here in which I can do my C programming. Let's go to console application. Let's click on go. From here, I will choose C++. Let's click on next and let's name this one as the if statement. Okay, So I will just name the project as if statement. Let's click on next. And over here, I will just keep the GNU GC compiler. Let's click on finish. And over here, now let's go on the sides. Let's come here. Let's go to projects, and under the projects, under sources, I do have the main CPP, which is the C++. And here, as you guys can see, that I do have my programming. So let's just delete this basic programming, which we have learned about this. Okay. So here we are specifically going to learn about the if statement. Okay. So in C++, why the if statement is used? So in simple word, it is basically used in to check that whether a particular condition is true or false. The data type over here, which we use, is the Boolean data type. Okay, like what is a Boolean data type? We do have learned about data types. So it is just true and false. Let's say you do have a particular statement, you do have your conditions, and in your conditions, if you put that, okay, this particular statement is a false statement, then in your Boolean, like in your result, it will show that particular answer. Okay, so here you can have multiple answer, and by understanding the conditions, it will just give you guys the answer. So I feel that you guys might be getting a bit confused right now, but once we start this particular class, once I show you guys few other examples, I guess this kind of will be clear for you what are all this. Okay, so let's start with writing a condition. So as I told that the data type which we are going to use is Boolean. So for Boolean, I'll just type BOOL. Let's give it up a space. And now I do want to write a condition over here. Okay. So here, let's type is boy. Okay. So I will just type is boy and equals to, okay. So I'll just give equals to true. Okay. So you guys can put false or true. It totally depends up to you. And after that, let's come here. Let's click on enter. And from here, now I will just type my if statement. Okay. So I'll just type if. Let's give it up a space. And after that, let's come here. Let's open parenthesis over here. And inside the parenthesis, you guys can just write the name of the condition. So the condition or is this one, this particular data type, which is boy. And here you guys can have multiple of that. But let me just start with this one right over here. Let's say if I come here and if I just type is boy. Okay, you guys can see that I do have this Boolean. Let's select this. Let's come here. And now if I do want to write out my statement, okay, let's click enter from here. And now to type something, let's go with count double less than. Okay, so I will just type double less than. And after that, I will just open my double parenthesis over here. And I'll just type you like he is or there is a boy. Okay. And now let's come here. Let's close this down. Let's come here. Let's give it up a space and let's close this down as well. And once you are working with the if statement, we need to keep in mind that we have to put up a curly bracket every time we put out a if statement. Okay, so the whole statement is basically inside a curly bracket, but every time I'm using a if statement, I do have to use the curly bracket. Okay, so I will just come here and let's say I will just come down. Let's click on enter. Okay, so I'll just click on enter over here as well, and let's give out a closing curly bracket over here as well. And at the same time, over here, I need to make sure that I put colon or double parenthesis over here. And now I will just give out a semicolon over here as well, and also a semicolon over here. Okay, so let's put out a semicolon over here. So as you guys can see, if you take a look, what all did I mentioned over here. So first is the Boolean value. So the condition name is boy and equals to I gave true. Okay, so here as you guys can see, if the isBoy statement is true, then I will basically print the thing which I have over here. Okay, so you guys can see that I do have a particular statement, and I'm telling that if the isBoy statement, isBoy condition is true, then to print the isBoy right over here. Okay, so now let's see if I just run this particular code. Let's come here, let's click on build and run. And here you guys can see there is a problem over here with my code. Okay. So over here, I will try to run this thing again, Control S to save it. And let's click on build and run. Okay. So let's check this thing out. And over here, you guys can see the statement is being printed, which is present right over here. Okay. But the same way, if I come here and as the Boolean value is true right now, but here, if I just type on false, okay, let's say if I just come here and if I just type that this particular statement is false, then you guys will be able to see that here nothing will be printed at all. Okay, so Control S to save it. Okay, let's come here. Let's try to run this code again. Let's click on build and run. And here you guys can see I don't have anything right over here on top. It is just total blank. It's not showing me everything. It's not showing me error, but it is just blank. Okay. So over here, now let's come to this point and here, now let's try to understand about the else statement as well. Okay. So for that, the first thing we have to do is we have to understand that what is a else statement. Let's say now I do have put it false, then nothing else came. But let's say if I just keep it false, and now here it says that, okay, if this particular condition is true, then it will print. But when I put the else function over here, if the statement over here is false, and if I just put on another value using the else function, then that will basically get printed. Okay, like if he is not a boy, he's a girl or something like that. So if I just come here and let's say I will just type else. Okay, let's go with the else statement over here. Control Z again. And now let's come here. Otherwise, let's come to this place. And let's give it a space and let's type else. I'll just click on enter. And now again, also when you're using the else statement, make sure to open up a curly bracket. Okay, so I'll just click on enter and also I'll just click enter right over here and I'll just come here in this particular part. Let's click on enter and over here I will just type count double less than. Let's give it up a space. Let's open the double quote over here. Then if the isBoy statement or the isBoy condition is false, it's telling me what do I want to print. Okay, so let's say there is there is a girl. Okay, so here you guys can see how do I have actually used my particular condition right over here. So let's say if my boolean isBoy is false, then it will type that there is a girl, And if my isBoss statement is false or true, in that case, they will just print the first statement right over here, which is there is a boy. Okay, so I'll just come here and I will just give out the particular statement, and let's type return over here. Okay, so let's go with return 0, and again let's put out a semicolon. And here now let's try to see with the false statement as well, and as well as the true statement. Okay, control S to save it, and now let's click on build and run. As the statement is false, here you guys can see now it is printing me that this is a girl. Let's click on a key, and now let's change the condition over here as well. So instead of false, let's type true right now. Okay, so let's come here and over here now let's type true. And here you guys can see that I do have the true statement. And now if I just run this particular code, control S to save it, and now let's click on build and run. Here you guys can see that the statement is there is a boy. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have got up a better idea about how you can use the if and the else statement. Okay, so you guys can have multiple of these conditions. Okay, what it will do is they will see that what type of condition you have put over here, and they will just judge accordingly. Okay, so here also you guys can have multiple conditions, and inside the bracket also you guys can put multiple conditions at the same time as well. Okay, so we will see that right over here if we do how you will work if we do have more than one variable. Let's go is boolean, and if I just type is clever. Okay, so let me just name this one as is clever. And if I just come here and let's give up equals to, and let me just put this particular statement as true as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's put out the semicolon. And here, as you guys can see, now I do have two conditions. So the first condition is boy, and the second condition over here is clever. Okay, and over here now, as you guys can see, I already do have my if statement. So now let's try to check over here both of the statements. Okay, so as you guys can see now I do have the two conditions over here, and in the if statement at the same time I want to put both of these conditions. So to do that, what you need to do is you need to first come here inside this bracket, and over here I need to mention that what is the condition that I am looking for. And to add both the conditions to check, I need to add the and sign. Okay, so this is called the and statement. Okay, so you guys can just put double and statement, and you guys can just click onto the space, and after that you guys can mention the other conditions over here as well. Okay, so it will check if the is boy and the is clever condition both are correct or both are true, then only it will print this particular statement. But if any of this is false, it won't print anything. So we will come into that. If any of the statement from here is false, how it will act or how it will show. Let's say let's come here and let's type there is a clever boy. Okay, so if both the conditions are true, I want them to print this. Okay, then I will type here that there is, like, I will type not a clever girl, let's say. Okay, so I will just come here and there is, or let's me type that she, let's come here, so she is not a clever girl. Okay, so here, as you guys can see that now I do have two statement only. Okay, so in one here you guys can see that is boy and is clever. If it's true, then it will type that there is a clever boy. And in the else statement here you guys can see that if both the statement are false, they will show that she is not a clever girl. So now let me print as the both statements are true. I'm hoping that they will show me this particular statement which is there at first. Okay, so let me just run this particular code. Okay, and here you guys can see here it basically shows me this particular statement. And after that, from here now, if I change both of these conditions, let's go with false. And also let's come over here on top and just let's type false. And now control S, and over here now let's build and run this code. And here you guys can see the statement shows that she is not a clever girl, and this is what it is printing. Okay, so now let's try to understand. Let's say you want to use the or statement. Okay, so we do have learned about the and statement over here. Okay, that both the statements need to be true to print. Okay, but if I come here, let's say if I just change one. Okay, so if I just type true over here and now control S, and let's try to run this one. Here you guys will be able to see that here it is showing me this particular statement. Okay, otherwise let's come here and let's click on control S right over here. I do have the and statement, so from here one is false and the other one is a true statement. So for now, let's say if he's not a boy but he's clever. Okay, so like she is clever. So in that case, what I want to do, I can't just print that she's not a clever girl. So in that particular case, I need to use the else if statement. Okay, so we do have learned about the if statement. We have learned about the else statement. So else statement is like whether this or whether that. But using the else statement, we can add other options as well. Okay, we can have multiple of these conditions and we can have multiple of outcomes over here. Okay, so we'll be learning about that. But before that, let's try to understand about the or statement as well. Let's say instead of and, if any of this is true, then it will print this. Okay, let's say if both of these statements are false, so in that case only it will print me the else statement which I have. But under this one, if any of the statement is true, it will just print me this is boy statement right over here. So for that, we have to add the if statement, quite like the or statement over here, control S. And now, as you guys can see, only one statement is false over here. It will just give me the answer as the first. Okay, before that, it was showing me the else statement directly, but now it will show me the first statement which is present in the if. Okay, so over here now let's run, and here you guys can see that I do have the answer right over here. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear about the and the if statement. So now let's try to learn more about the and if or else if statement right over here. So as you guys can see now, I do have the if statement. So here, if both the conditions are true, let's put the boolean as true as well. Okay, and now let's try to understand about the else if statement. Okay, so let's come here. So now let's come to this particular position right from here under the else statement. Let's click on enter, and now let's type the else if statement right over here. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to type the else if, and if I just give out a space, let's open parenthesis. Okay, so I'll just open parenthesis, and over here I will just write both of the conditions over here. So let's type is boy, and I will just use the AND statement over here, okay? Double AND statement. And now what I'm gonna do is I will just tell that not is clever, okay? So to do that, I need to put my exclamation sign. It shows that if the statement, if the is boy statement is true and the is boy clever statement or condition is false, what it should print. Okay, so now I will just come here and I will just type is clever, and after that let's give out the semicolon. Let's click on enter, and after that I will just type, let's go with count, and over here now let's give this double less than sign, let's give it up a space. And now if I just give the double quote, okay, let's come here, let's give out a double quote, and over here you guys can see my condition is that is boy. So I will just type there is a boy who is not clever. Okay, so this is a statement which I am using right now under the else statement. And now let's give it the colon, and also over here under the else if statement I also need to make sure to use the parenthesis. Okay, so let's come over here, and from here let's open up the curly bracket, and let's just come here, let's just delete this one. Let's come here, let's click on enter, and let's just close down the curly bracket over here as well. And the same way, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and over here, Control Z again. Let's come here and now let's give it up a space. And also I'm going to add another else if statement. Now let's open parenthesis right over here. And now here I will just put out the exact opposite. So here I want to tell that my is boy statement, if my is boy statement is false and my is clever statement is true, in that case what I want to print. Okay, so in that case now I will just open my double quote right over here. Otherwise let's put out the exclamatory is boy, and I will just give and also over here now I will just put is clever boolean. Okay, so as you guys can see I will just put out the is clever boolean, and right over here again what I'll do is I'll just open up the curly bracket. Let's click on enter, let's click on enter right over here again, and let's come here, let's click on enter, and as you guys can see over here I can basically type that what I want. Okay, so over here now I will type that count double less than sign. Okay, let's come here, let's put the double less than, let's give it up a space, let's open double quote, and here I will just type she is a clever girl. Let's say she is a clever girl. Okay, so as you guys can see in total over here I do have four statement if you just take up a look. Okay, so here in total I do have four statement. So the first statement, if the is boy and the is clever both the statements are true, then it will print that there is a clever boy. After that comes the else if statement. Here it says that is if the is boy condition is true and the is clever condition is false, in that case it will print that there is a boy, as you guys can see this condition is true, who is not clever, as This one shows that the is clever statement is false. And next comes just the opposite of the else statement present on top, which is here if the is boy condition is false and the is clever condition is true, it should print that she is a clever girl. But the last case scenario, if both the statements are false, it should print that she is not a clever girl. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood here. And now let's try to run this particular code. Okay, so here now first I will just put true in both of this. Now let's come here and let's click on run, and you guys can see that the first statement is a clever boy. Okay, so let's come here and again right over here let's change the is clever statement to false. Okay, so if I come here and if I just type false, okay, and here now it should supposedly print that there is a boy who is not clever, because the boy statement is true but the clever statement is false. So now let's come here, let's click on build and run, and here you guys can see there is a boy who is not clever is printed. So the same way, if I come here and if I just change this particular statement to true and the top statement as false, let's go with false, and now let's basically run this one, control S, and let's click on build and run. Here you guys can see the statement which is being printed is that she is a clever girl. Okay, so this is the statement which is basically printed. And again, if I come here and if I just put both the statement as false, okay, let's go with false, then you guys can see that this last statement will basically get printed. Okay, so let's click and build and run, and here you guys will be able to see that she is not a clever girl is basically printed. So yeah, I hope you guys have got a basic idea about how you can use the if statement, how you can use the else if, how you will be able to use the else, what is the difference between else and the else if. So in our next class we will be learning about the if statement only, but here we will be specifically learning about the comparisons inside the if statement, like how you can compare between two values over here. We will be learning about all of those here in detail. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 15, where I'll be showing you guys about the comparison inside the if statement. Let's say if I do have different kind of integers and I want to compare them, I will be able to do that using some other data types as well, whether it be a string, whether it be an integer. But in our last class, we do have learned only about using the Boolean values in if statement. But over here, we will be basically comparing numbers. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the code blocks. Let's create up a new project. Let's click on create new project. Let's go to console application. Let's click on go, selecting the C++, and let me name this one as comparing if. And I will just click on next, and let's click on finish right over here. Let's come to my left hand side. Let's click on sources, and I will just go into my C++ file. So let me just delete this part over here. And now the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create up a function. Okay, so let's say I want to compare like which is the, let's say I do have a list of numbers, and from there I want to find that which number is even number and which number is the odd number. Or let's say I want to find out that which one is the maximum number and which one is the minimum number if I do have a set of words. So how I'll be able to do that? I do have to provide the value as well, right? Okay, so here we already know that this is basically the main function. Okay, so I will be putting up the value and the command of printing inside this main function. But let's come here, let's click on enter, let's create up some space that I can basically create some spaces right over here that I can actually put out different functions. So here only I'll be using the if function. But before using the if function, we need to provide that what are we planning to do? We need to set up a variable. Okay. And what do I want them to print? Okay. We have to understand that. And here I'm just going to work with the integers. Doesn't mean that you guys can't work with string over here or other data types. You guys will be able to compare other data types as well over here, and it totally depends on the outcome that you're looking for. Okay, so you guys can just give your advice, or you just can give your input accordingly, that it will just give your answers quite well as well. So we will be learning about the comparisons, like what are the signs that are used in comparisons. Okay, so let's get started. So the first thing over here is I'll be typing out the data type which I'm using, and as I'm using integer, I am writing int. Okay, so here you guys can use float values as well, okay, which is a decimal, and also you guys can use double values as well. Okay, so you guys can use doubles as well over here. So I'm just going to name this one as let's come here, I will just type min value. Okay, and after that equals to, and what is my motive, like what I do want to do right over here. So for me, I am telling that I want to basically come here, and I'm just giving out that I will be providing two numbers. Okay, so over here now, what is going to be its data type? Okay, so I will just type, it is going to be an integer, and I will just type number one, and let's give out a comma, and let's type int, and let's type number 2. Okay, so let's come right over here, let's go with a semicolon, and now let's click on enter. And once I do have this particular thing right here, let's instead of this comma, let's come here, and I need to make sure, as I'm creating up a function. Okay, so it's very important that you understand this particular part. As we're trying to create a function, we have to put out our curly bracket. Okay, so I will just come here, I'll just put out a curly bracket, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and I'm going to put this thing inside my function. So as you guys can see that I do have the open and close double parenthesis over here, like there is the curly bracket, and now I'm going to type that what I wanted to print. Okay, so here now I will just enter that over here I want it to basically print the total. Okay, so if I just come here and let's type total, and after that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put out the semicolon. So now let's click on enter. Let's come down, and here, if you guys just take up a look on top, you guys can see that the data type which I'm using is integer, and here the name is mean val. Okay, so I'm just going to find what is the minimum value inside both of my numbers, which I will be providing here into the main function. And also I am telling that the answer which I want them to look at is the integer and its total. Okay, so here I am creating a variable, but to this particular variable I am not giving any kind of value. Okay, so I'll show you why. Okay, so now let's go here and let's try to use the if statement. Okay, so I will just provide if, and let's open parenthesis, and what I will tell is that if the number 1 is equal to, or if it's m- less than number 2, then I want to just print it the first number. Okay, so as you guys can see, I am actually trying to find what is the minimal value, right? Okay, so if I'm providing two number and I'm just giving the condition that if number 1 is less than number 2, so in that particular case I want to print number 1. So I will just click on enter over here. Okay, so let's come here and let's click on enter, and over here I wanted to print result as the number 2. Otherwise here, as you guys can see over here, I do have put out the variable, so I'll just put total. So here you guys can see, so in total it will be equal to number 1. Okay, so if I just come here and if I just put number 1. Okay, so I'm telling that if number 1 is less than number 2, then I want you to print number 1. Okay, so this is basically my statement right over here, and over here let's give it up a semicolon as well. Okay, so once you are done, let's come here, let's click on enter, and again what I'm gonna do is I'm going to write the else statement as well. Okay, so in our last class, we do have learned about the if and the else statement, in what scenarios we do use. So I will come here and now I will basically, so over here, I will just close the double parenthesis right over here again. And also, if, let's say, if this particular statement is false, or let's say number 2 is less than number 1. So it won't show me number 1, right? Okay, but over here, then automatically the number 2 is basically the answer. Okay, so in that case, let's come here. So I will just type else. Okay, so let's come here and let's type else. And now again what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open the curly bracket. Okay, so I'll just open up the curly bracket right over here, and let's come to this particular place. Let's click on enter, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to tell that the total over here is basically going to be the number 2. So let's type total, then equals to is number 2. Okay, so I'll just put number 2 right over here, and let's put out the semicolon. Okay, let's come here, let's put out the semicolon, let's click on enter, and over here now I'm going to put out, or let's come here and let's go back, and yeah, this one will actually work. So as you guys can see, now I do have the if statement. So the first statement is if my number 1 is less than number 2, then in answer it will show me number 1. Otherwise, here you guys can see that total should actually put the number 2, because there are only two numbers. If one statement is false, the other have to be true. Okay, so this is how it actually works. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to go to the main function. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the main function, and under the main function, now I'm going to print. Okay, so I'll just go with count, and after that double less than, and now I will come here and I will just print this mean val. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, I am just providing the condition that I am going to provide two numbers. Okay, and these two numbers is going to be integers. So I will just mention that what variable am I selecting over here, which is the mean val. Okay, so if I come here and I will just take the mean val, And after that, now let's open parenthesis. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide two numbers. Let's go with 7 and let's go with 9. Okay. And let's come here. Let's put out a semicolon. And as you guys can see, if I just click on enter, let's click over here for this return statement as well. Okay, so I will just come here. I will just type return 0 and also I will just put out the semicolon. Okay, so here you guys can see the printing function is being applied in the main functions. Okay, so for that, now let's click on Control S and now let's click on build and run. Okay. So here, as you guys can see, it is getting executed. And here, out of these two numbers, 7 is basically the lowest number. So as you guys can see, so here you guys do have understood that how you are going to use this condition. So here I am basically comparing between two numbers. Okay, so my condition over here is if number 1 is less than number 2, then print number 1. And here, as I do have two numbers, if number 1 is false, then automatically I don't have to provide that number 2 will be lesser or greater than. Automatically, we have to understand that the statement number second or the number 2 is basically the correct answer. So in the else statement, total is equals to number 2, which I do have provided. Okay. So I hope you guys have got up an basic idea right over here. But now let's try to understand. Let's say if for me, instead of having these two numbers, let's say instead of having two numbers, if I did have more numbers to it, how you are going to work. Okay, like how you will be providing that. So we'll be learning about that as well. So let me just delete all of this right over here. Okay, let's come here. Let's select this one. Let's delete. Let's come on top. And what I'm gonna do now is first off, I am going to add another integer. Okay, so let's go with int and I'm going to name this one as number 3. Okay, so I'll just uh, put this one as number 3 right over here. Let's click on enter. And now I will be providing the if statement in such a way using the and or the or values. Okay, so if statement, let's open the parenthesis. And what I'm going to tell is if the number 1 is lesser than or equals to. Okay, so I can use these conditions or comparison values. So the comparison values are you guys can basically use the greater than, you guys can use the less, you guys can use the less than, you guys can use the greater than. Okay, and also you guys can use the equals to sign. Okay, and you guys can use less than equals to. Okay, you guys can use the greater than equals to. Okay, you guys can just use the double equal to sign as well. Okay, so these are basically comparison values which you have to understand. Okay, so over here what I'm gonna do is I will just put up a statement that number 1 should be less than and equals to number 2, which is going to be my first statement. So number 1 should be less than and equals to number 2. And also, as I do have three numbers, I'm going to put out the AND statement. So I do have to put double AND statement. And now I'll be providing the other condition, which is that if my number 1 is less than and equals to number 1. Okay, so over here first I am going on with the number 1. So in our last class we do have learned about this particular thing as well. So over here now let's provide number 1 is less than, let's come here, let's put less than equals to, and if I just click on space and if I just type number 3, and over here, let's put number 1. And once this particular statement is done, let's come here, and over here, as I'm just creating a if statement or a if function. So in that case, I need to open my curly bracket. Okay, so I'll just open up my curly bracket right over here, and under result, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to type that if both of these statement are basically true, as you guys can see, number one should be less than and equal to number two, because sometimes we do have the same numbers. Okay, and if the number one is less than and equal to number three, so we have to understand, as we have three numbers, the number one is basically the lowest. Okay, so in total, what I want to do is I want to come here, and in total, I want to basically print number 1. Okay, so I'll just print number 1 right over here. Let's give it out a column. And now let's come here. Okay, let's come down right over here. And again, now what I'm gonna do is, as I have three numbers, instead of using the else statement, I am going to use the else if statement. Okay, so over here, let's type else if, and let's open parenthesis. And what I'm going to do is, now I am going to provide the condition for number 2 the same way I do have provided over here on top. Okay, so now over here I will be telling that if number 2 is less than, or let's come here, is less than and equal to number 1, and if this number 2 is less than and equal to number 3, in that case, I do want it to basically print number 2. Okay, so for that, now let's come here. Let's, as this is another function, for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my curly bracket again. Let's click on enter. And over here, once you have clicked on enter, let's click right over here. And in total, I want them to print number 2. Okay, so I want them to print the number 2 statement right over here. Let's close this down with a semicolon. So just take a look and let's try to understand. And I did a mistake over here. As you guys can see, I do have mentioned only number. Okay, but I have to mention number 2. Okay, so as you guys can see, so here the statement is that else if number 2 is less than and equal to number 1 and number 2 is less than and equal to number 3, then you need to make sure that I do print uh, this right over here. Otherwise, let me print number 2. And as both of this statement is done, lastly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I am going to put out the else statement instead of the else if statement. If I did have more integers, or if I did have more values, I can put out more functions over here. Let's say again, I'll put up a else if function. Okay, we guys can basically do that. And lastly, instead of putting all of these things, I will just put out the print value. So now let's say if the first statement is false and the second statement is also false, automatically the third number or the third statement should be correct, right? So here I do have already put out the equation. So for the else statement, I don't have to provide that. So let me just click right over here, and after that, let's come here and let's just open parenthesis, or let's just open the curly bracket. Okay, and after that, let's come here, and now if I just click on enter, what I'm gonna do is for total, I will just put out equal to number 3. Okay, so I will just close this down with a semicolon over here. So as you guys can see, now I do have the equation for these three numbers if I do want to find what is going to be the minimum value. So, and over here, I do have used the AND statement because in AND statement, both the statement have to be true. Okay. So here, basically, I am using this comparison signs. Okay. So here is the less than equal to. Okay. Here you guys can see I do have used the less than equal to, and also I do have joined it with the AND statement. Okay, so I do have joined both of these values or both of these equations using the AND value right over here. Okay, so now let's come here and in in this main function, let's put out a comma, and what I'm gonna do is I am basically going to put out a different number. Let's go with 85, and now let's change this one to 49, and let's come here and let's just type 17. Okay, and over here now I do want to find what is going to be the minimum value out of these three according to my equation. Okay, so over here now let's build and run this project. Okay, so let's abort this, and now let's click on build and run. So here in the answer, as you guys can see, 17 is basically the answer. So now if I just put anything below that, let's say if I just go with 14, and now if I just build and run this one, you guys will be able to see that my answer over here is 14. And the same way, if I come here and if I just put 2 in this particular place, you guys will be able to see that my code is basically running quite smoothly. So yeah, I hope this class was clear and you guys do have understood about the comparison inside the if statement. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 16, where we will be building a four functional calculator. Okay, so we will learn how you will be able to build a four functional calculator. Like if you do want a plus, if you do want a minus, if you do want to divide, and if you do want to subtract, how you will do that. And we will also use the if statement over here. Okay, using that we will be creating up an advanced calculator. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see now, I'm here in the project page, okay, where I will be executing my code. Okay, so in last class we basically do have learned about comparison. Okay, so using those few of the methods we will be working over here into this particular chapter. So the first thing we need to understand that we need to mention that what is the type of data types which we are going to use. Okay, so over here you guys can also put doubles. Okay, you guys can also put floats, but for me I will just show you guys with integers because it's easier, and if I just give you guys an example, you guys will understand it in a better way. So for integer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to name this one as number 1, and let's give it a comma, and I will just make or name this variable as number 2. Okay, and now let's give it up a semicolon. And as you guys can see, integer, for integers I do have this number 1 and number 2. Okay, and now the next thing is that if I'm doing up a calculation, okay, so in that particular case, obviously I do need to use an operator. So an operator is just a sign, let's say subtraction, let's say addition, okay, or let's say I do want to divide or I do want to multiply. Okay, so you will be able to do that. So for that, now let's name this variable. So the data type over here is the character data type I'm going to use, and I am going to name this one as operator. Okay, or let's say sign. And after that, once I'm done with this, let's come here, let's click on enter. And now I will just give out the statement of what do I want to print. Okay, like what are the questions that I do want to ask the user as well. Okay, so for that, now let's go with COUT less than sign. Let's open the double quote right over here and let's put the first number. Okay, so I'm just asking them that what is going to be the first number. Let's give it up a space right over here. And now, once this statement is done, let's go with the semicolon. Let's click on enter. And over here, I basically want to store that what is the data I am receiving for the user. So for that, just remember what we should use. We should use the CIN statement. And over here, instead of the less than sign, I need to use the greater than sign twice. Okay, so over here, what do I want to use? As you guys can see, under integers, I want to save the num1 variable. Okay, so over here now I will just type number one, and again now I will just put out my semicolon, and the same way I will just copy this thing. I will just click on Control C. Let's come here, let's click on enter, and I'll just click on Control V right over here. Okay, and the same way what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, Control C, and let's click on enter and Control V over here as well. So the thing which I need to only change over here is that in this scout2, I need to change up the question. Okay, so the question is the operator. Okay, so I will just ask what is the operator, or like what do you want to do. Okay, so over here also, now I will just come here, and now I will just ask the second number. Okay, and also in the scene, which is the user input that I want to save. Okay, so I will just put number 2 over here, and also in this particular scene I want to basically save the variable which I have created under character data type, which is the sign. Okay, so I'll just come here and I will just save out this particular sign right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now this is almost this particular part. I do have given this one, that what are the questions that I have to ask and what are the statements are going to get saved. Okay, so now let's click on enter right over here. Now let's come here, let's click on enter, and let's come here, let's click on enter again. And in this particular case, I need to mention that once asking all of these questions, what do I want to print? Okay, so over here in integer, okay, so I will just type integer. I want to basically print the total. Okay, so let's come here and let's make a variable which name is total right over here, and also I won't give any value to it yet. So let me just click on enter after that, and also now I have to start the if statement basically for the operator. Okay, so here you guys can already know that what is going to be the first and the second number, but the thing you don't know is that what is the kind of operator the user is going to put. The user can basically put up a plus, they can put up a minus, they do want to multiply, they want to divide. You exactly don't know that. So this is the perfect scenario for the if statement. And as I have already mentioned over here, I do have created a variable that this total, I do have named this one as the variable which is named as total. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I am going to put out the if variable. Okay, so over here now I'm going to put out the if function at first. So for that, now let's type if, let's give it up a space, and let's open parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis I have to mention that what is the condition that I want to apply. Okay, so let's say over here I do have the char data type. So here I will just mention this particular variable which I do have created. So I'll just put if sign is equals to, and if I do want to mention this, so I need to make sure that I do use the double equal to. Okay, so I will just use the double equal to, and as this one is a character, what I need to do is I need to make sure that I do put them inside this double quote or a single quote as well. So let's put up a single quote, and the first thing what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put the plus sign. Okay, so let's come here, and I'm telling that if I do have the plus sign right over here, what I want to do. Okay, so now again I will just open the curly bracket. Let's click on enter right over here, and now under the total. Okay, so as I do have actually verified this one, so for that what I'm gonna do is I will just type total, and after that equals to, let's go, equals to the number one and number two. Okay, so these are the input what I'm going to receive. Okay, the first number and the second number, because I won't be adding the operator, because inside operator I will be providing these particular symbols. Okay, so over here now let's type number one plus number 2. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this particular statement right over here. Let's get to a semicolon, and now the next thing is, once this is done, now I do have to put out the else statement. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have mentioned that if the sign variable is equals to plus, then the answer is going to be, as I'm going to print the total, so it's basically going to be total equals to number one plus number two. Okay, so now I will just come right over here, and now I am going to put the else if statement. Okay, so let's come here, let's put out the else if. The sign over here, let's say I will just open parenthesis, and if the sign variable is equals to minus. Okay, so now let's come here and let's open the curly bracket, let's click on enter, and now let's come here exactly. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on enter. So what I'm going to type is the total over here, this particular variable is equals to number 1 minus number 2. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this particular statement right over here. Let me just put out the semicolon right over here as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's give it up a backspace. Okay, and now the next thing is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and now I'm going to copy this else if statement twice. Okay, so let's come here, let's select this one, let's click on Control C, let's come here, and now let's click on Control V, and again I will just click on Control V right over here. Okay, so now I do have this two else if statement, but the thing which I need to change is, instead of minus over here, now if I do want to if I want to do the division, I have to put the slash, and also if I do want to do multiplication, I have to put out the asterisk. Okay, so over here now number I have to change it over here as well. number 1 divided by number 2, and over here number 1 multiplied using the asterisk using the number 2. Okay, so if you do want to provide uh, any other thing right over here, you guys can do that. If you do want to uh, give out some spacing, okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just give out a spacing as well. Okay, so it's not basically necessary, but you guys can just do that just not to get confused. Okay, so over here that to check out your formula. Okay, so as you guys can see now, I do have three else if statement, and over here at first I do have the if statement. Okay, so if anyone puts out this one as the operator, they will basically uh, add up both of these numbers. If they actually do minus, I will have number 1 minus number 2. If anyone divide, I will have this. If anyone multiply, I will have the number multiplied as 1 and 2. Okay, so as you guys can see, these are both of these variables. So now once this is done, okay, so the next thing is, let's say if someone comes and they do put some different operator. Okay, so instead of putting any sign, they do put some other sign. So in that case, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and now I am going to put up a else statement. Okay, so for else, what I want to do is I will just type else and let's open up the curly bracket. Okay, so let's come here, let's open up the curly bracket, and what I want to do is I do want to print. So I will come here, let's click on enter, and after that let's click right over here, and I'm going to type COUT, and I will just put out the double less than sign, and over here I will open the double quotation, and over here I will provide that the operator is invalid. Okay, so anyone except these four signs, if else they use anything else, it won't be a valid operator. So they'll be showing that the operator is invalid. Okay, so this is the statement. Basically, I want to show to the one those who just put on some wrong operators in the calculator. Okay, so once this is done, and let's come here, let's click on the backspace, and over here now the next thing is that lastly I want to print out the total. Okay, so here you guys can see that I do have created this particular variable. So to print that, now I will just come here down and I am going to type south double less than, and I will just mention the variable which is total, and I will just close this one up with a semicolon. Okay, so over here as you guys can see that I do have this whole equation right over here. Now let's see that my equation does work or not. Okay, so for that, now let's come here and let's just run this particular data. Okay, so once I have clicked right over here, it might take some time. Okay, so now as you guys can see that I do have my operator. So they're asking me that what is going to be my first number. So let me just add 22, and if I just click on enter, they're asking me that what is the operator am I going to use. Okay, so if I just come here and if I just put on the plus operator, and if I click on enter, and if I just type 42, and again if I click enter, you guys can see the result over here is coming 64. Okay, so this is the perfect result as you guys can see. And the same way, now let's try something else. Okay, so let's come here, and for first number I will just put 30, and for the operator what I'm gonna do is I am going to put out divide, and let's select the number 6. So once I click on enter, you guys can see if 30 is divided by 6, it's 5. Okay. So again, the same way I will just show you guys with everything else. If you do want to actually multiply, let's go with 60, or let's go with 6, and now with the asterisk. So I'll just put the asterisk into 7, and if I click on enter, you guys can see the answer is 42. Okay, so I hope this one was clear. Okay, but now let's try to see that the else statement is working or not. Okay, so for that, again, let's go here to the build and run. I will just put 54, and in operator, what I'm gonna do is I am going to put out the at the rate sign, and if I click on enter and if I just put 42, here you guys can see that the operator is invalid. So it's showing me this particular statement, okay, that the operator is invalid right over here. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on how you will be able to create a four functional calculator in C++. So, yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 17, where we will be understanding about the switch statements. Okay, so we will understand that in what all scenarios we do use the switch statements, what are the usage of these switch statements, and also we will learn that how it is easier to use than a if statement. If my condition is such to use a switch statement, and what is the most uh, necessary time to use this particular statement. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, that I do have already created a new project named as the switch statement. So before learning the switch statement, let's try to understand that what is a switch statement in C++. So we need to understand that C++ is basically the best alternative to any lengthy if statements. Okay, let's say if I do have to put a lot of conditions in my if statement, instead of using the if statement, I can use the switch statement right over here. Okay, so these are basically used to compare a variable to different kind of integral values, and also it is a multi-branch statement. So this switch statement actually is a control statement that actually allows any values to change the control of the execution. So if I just show you guys an example, let's say in if statement, let's say if I just put 1, and if I do want to find the month, let's say over here with 1, I want to find the month as January. So if I just type 1 in the answer, you guys will be able to see that I will have January once I run this particular code. Okay, and the same way, let's say if I want to find the month of March. Okay, so if I just type 3, you guys will be able to see that once I execute my code, I will have March over here. So it will be better if we understand it over here into our particular class in practical. So for that, the first thing what I need to do is I need to come here, and basically I need to put out that particular thing. Let's say I need to put out the values. So for that, I need to make sure that what kind of data types am I going to use. Okay, so I am going to use a string data type. Let's click on enter, and now under string I have to name up a variable. Okay, so let's say I will just name the variable as name of month. Okay, so this is the name of my variable, and inside this I need to make sure that what I do want to store. So let's say I will just open my parenthesis right over here, and from here, and yeah, okay. So over here, as you guys can see, for me, I started doing it in the main function. Okay. But instead of doing it in the main function, I'll just come here. Let's cut this one. Let's come here. Let's click on enter. Let's click on enter over here again. I will just paste it and I will try to create up a new function. Okay. So as you guys can see, I do have put out the name of the month, and inside this parenthesis I need to put out the condition. Okay, so over here now I will just put out the values. As you guys can see, I was putting integers. So again, over here I will mention that this is going to be a number, and now I am going to name this one as month name. Okay, so I will just put this condition and I will just name this one as a month name. And as I'm creating a function, I will just open the curly bracket. Let's click on enter. Let's click on enter right over here. And now let's come here, and over here now I am basically going to type the string. Okay, so I will also mention I'm going to create up a variable. So this particular variable I am going to name this one as the month name. Okay, so I will just name this one as the month name, and over here on top, instead of month name I will just put month num, which shows me that this is going to be the month number. So here in this variable, as you guys can see, the data type is a string data type. And over here I do have created the variable which is name of month, and inside this one I will basically have the number. Okay, so which I do have to provide into my main function once I execute. Okay, and understanding, as you guys can see, I do have the month name as variables. So over here now I have to basically run the particular code. Okay, so for that, as you guys can see, I do have created this particular function. So in this particular scenario, what are the things that you guys can do? So the first thing is that you guys can just put out your if statement, and each and every time what you guys can do is you guys can just put out your if statement. Let's say you can, as you already do have a variable right over here, so you guys can just put out a condition according to yourself. Let's say you guys can just put out the if statement, then you guys can just open up your parenthesis, and there you guys can put out your condition, and after that you guys can work. But here it will basically take out a lot of time, and this is not that easy. So here now this is the best scenario where we guys can actually use the switch statement. Okay, so the same way now I will just type switch right over here. Okay, so let me just type switch. Let's click on the open parenthesis, and over here now I am going to put out the name of the month. Okay, so as you guys can see, so here I want to mention this particular variable. Okay, so I will just put month name. So now over here, after typing this switch, okay, as you guys can see now, I do have this particular variable. What I need to do is I need to mention the case I want to put. So before that, let's open out the curly bracket. Let's click on enter. Let's come right over here again. Let's click enter. And what I'm gonna do is I am basically going to give this one up a name. Okay, so let's come here and let's click enter. And over here now I will just name this particular case, and over here this is the case 1. Okay, so that particular thing also I need to mention right over here, as this is the case 1, and instead of semicolon I will just put colon right over here. Okay, so I do have mentioned that this is the case 1, and now I will just click on enter. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come here and I'm going to make sure that I put out this particular variable of what do I want to print. Okay, so if anyone type 1, I do want them to show the month name is going to be like equals to, let's open double quote, and I want them to show January. Okay, so as you guys can see over here, basically I do want them to show the month of January right over here, and also now I will just put out a colon right over here. Okay, and once I have written this one, let's click on enter. I'm going to write break. Okay, so I'm going to type break, because if I don't type break statement over here, what it will do is it will keep on running. Okay, so over here I need to make sure that I do type out the break function over here, that it don't get repeated again and again. Okay, so over here now let me just get this one 12, control C, and let's come here. Let's come right over here, control V, control V. Let's click enter, control V, click enter, control V, control V over here, control V over here again. And let me just show you guys for an example. Okay, so let's come here. How many statement I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then let's come down. 11. Let's click on enter and control V for 12. So over here, as you guys can see, now I do have created all these cases. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change it accordingly. Okay, according to the number as well as the month name. Okay, so first let me just align it properly, that I can see what are these cases. Okay, so that's why I am just putting it down according to the numbers. And also we will learn that if anyone puts some number which is not available, how you will be able to fix that as well. Like the same system as the else statement. Okay, so here the case 1, month name is January, is fine. Over here I will just change it to 2, and the month name is going to be February. Okay, so I will just type February right over here, and over here I will just type 3, and over here the month name is going to be March. Okay, so I will just finish this up and I will just get back to you guys. So over here, now as you guys can see that I do have actually changed all the case numbers as well as the outcome that I want if I just put out these numbers. Okay, so I do have the number till 12. So any number I do provide over here in my main function, that particular value will be printed. Okay, so it was much easier than me using the if statement. Okay, so if I'm using the if statement, I do have to use a lot of function. But over here, if you take a look, I do have finished this long statement inside this one function. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, I do have finished this one inside this one function right over here. Okay, so here you guys can basically use the switch statement. So let me just make you guys understand once again. So you just will write this function as switch, and after that you guys will put the bracket and you will put up your condition, and after that you will put out the keyword case. And also the next thing what you'll do is you will basically name this case. Okay, so whether it can be decimal number or any kind of string as well. If you do want to verify, you guys can do that. And after that, the same variable which you have provided on top, you guys will provide that same variable, and using the number, you guys, what information you guys want to show, you guys can basically put that one inside quotation, put up a break. Otherwise, if you don't put up a break, it will keep on searching for this. Otherwise, it will just keep going down and it will print out the whole thing, which you don't want. You want it case wise, right? So you need to make sure that you use the break statement as well. Okay, so now let's come here and let's say, instead, anyone, if anyone comes right over here, and after that, what if they basically put out any kind of default statement? Okay, so in that case, what you'll do, like it's not available. So I will just use the default keyword, and after that, now I will just click on enter. And what I'm gonna do is I am going to put out the variable which was month name equals to double quote on, I will type invalid month number. Okay, so this is kind of like the else statement. Let's say if anyone gives anything which is not related, or if anyone gives any number which is more than 12, in my case, you guys can have more or you guys can have less. Okay, but you guys can use this default statement, like if someone puts some invalid keywords or some invalid numbers, so you guys can just put out a invalid sign, okay, which actually helps. So once I'm done over here in the switch statement, to print this thing out, I need to come here and I need to go in my main function. Okay. So over here, I do have the main function, but before that, I need to see that what do I need to print. Okay. So over here under the string, you guys can see the variable which I do have set was name of month. Okay, and the thing which I'll be providing you is the month number according to the integers. Okay, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to uh, type name of month. So the first thing, let's come here, let's click on enter, and over here I will just type count. Okay, and after typing count, I am going to put double less than, and from here now I will just type out the variable. So again, let's come here on top, which is name of month, the name of the variable. Okay, so I will just type name of month. So let's come here, which is this particular string, which is name of month. And now I will just open parenthesis, as I already told that I'll be providing the integer, okay, which is the month number. As you guys can see, I do have different cases. Okay, let's say if I just put 8, okay, let's say I will just put 8 inside. And now let's come here and let's put out the semicolon. And over here now, let's click on enter. I want it to return. Okay, so I will just type return 0 and semicolon again. So now let's try to run this particular code. Let's say over here, I do have given the statement as 8. Let's go over here and let's try to run. So now over here, as I do have given this function on, let's come here and before running, let's put return 0 semicolon, and over here I will just come again. Let's click on enter. Let's click on enter again, and I want it to return this name of month, or I want them to return the month name. Okay, so over here, I will just type month name. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I will just keep the semicolon. So as you guys can see, I do have put on 8. And if I try to run this one, let's try to run this particular code. And here you guys can see it is showing me August. So the same way, if I come here and let's say I will just go with 10. And if I try to run this one, let's try to run this particular code. Here it's showing me October. And the same way, if I come here, if I just type 1 and if I just run this code, you guys can see that it will basically show me January. Okay, so over here, let's try to understand again. First, I do have told that what type of data type am I going to use. So over here, I do have put out the conditions that what all I am going to provide. So the variable name is was the name of month. Okay, and over here in integer, I will be providing them the month number. Okay, so here you guys can see the month number which I do have provided. And also under the switch statement, you guys can see under what variable that we are working. Okay, so over here, I am actually going to provide the month number, which is this 1, 2, 3, and till 12. And also I do have the default. Okay, so over here in here, you guys can see case 1, and I do have provided the variable here at equals to January. And for case 2, here you guys can see that February. So if you're working with one variable and if you want to store different kind of information over here, you guys can use this particular switch statement, which is quite helpful. So now let's try with some invalid number and let's see what they'll show me. So now if I just put on 15 and if I just go on build and run, here you guys will be able to see that it shows me the answer of invalid month number, which I do have provided in the default panel. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the C++ beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 18, where we will be learning about the while loop in detail. Okay, so we will learn how you will be able to create up a while loop over here. So this is the most basic type of loop which you should know. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So on my screen, as you guys can see, I do have already created a new project where we can execute our code. So first thing first, we need to understand that what is a while loop in C++. Okay, so this is basically a type of loop that will first evaluate a condition. Okay, so if you do have created a variable, then you do have to put out a condition, and once it will evaluate the condition, if the condition is true, that particular program will basically run the code inside of the while loop. Let's say it will keep on running that particular code if or till your statement is true. So we will also learn about infinite looping, okay, so which is not that great. We will learn about do while loop, okay, and also it will then go back and basically reevaluate the condition. So every time the condition is true, the program will perform the code inside the loop. Okay, so we will see in here like how you will be able to execute. So the first thing first, you need to mention the data type which you're using. So let me go with integer. And now let me just name up a variable. Okay. Or let me just go here and let me just put out a variable. So let's come here and this particular variable, what should I name? Okay. Let me just name this one as number equals to 2. Okay, so here as you guys can see, the number is equals to 2. Let's give the semicolon. I will just click on enter And over here, now after writing this variable, I want to start the while loop. Okay, so to start the while loop, I need to type while over here. Let's click on enter. Otherwise, I will just open parenthesis after I write while. And over here, now I have to mention the variable. Okay, so I have to mention what is going to be the condition. Okay, because this particular statement, I have to turn it into wrong. Okay, so for that, now let's come here and I will type that number is less than and equals to 15. Okay, so if I just put, and here in the while loop, my condition is till the number is less than and equal to 15 till the time I want it to print. Okay, so while you're using the while loop, you need to also make sure that this is a different function. Okay, so for that, I need to again come here and basically I have to open parenthesis or I have to open up the curly bracket. Let's click on enter right over here. And now what I want to do is, as I do have already mentioned that what my condition is, so I will just try to type count. Let's go with double less than. And after that, inside, I want to put the number, okay, which I do want to print. And after that, double less than sign again. And over here, I will just type ENDL, which is that I want to just finish this particular statement. And I'll just click on enter. I want to just finish up the line over here, like each and every line I want to finish. And after this print statement over here, I want to tell that each time this code is executed and printed while I run this code, I want number to add +1 each time. Okay, so here you guys can see the variable name is number, but each time it is getting looped, I want to +1. So here you just can't put +1, you can just put a double plus sign right over here. Let's put out a semicolon, and as you guys can see over here, now the condition is that here the number is 2. Okay, the integer which I have selected is 2. So now I have already told you that how the code executes. So first line, second line, third line. So this is how in a descending order, okay, or in a ascending order, it basically tries to decode the code or programs you have written. So here you guys can see, first it will see that you do have an integer variable which is 2, and after that they will notice that you do have a loop. Okay, and also over here, as you guys can see, number is now less than and equals to 15. So it will get printed, and after that what will happen is once it get printed over here according to this statement, after that it will come to this line number 10th, where it shows that if now it is 2, it will basically +1, which will become 3. So once it becomes 3, again it will come over here on top and it will see, okay, the number is 2, or here it will just come here in the while loop and it will see that the number is 3, which is again less than and equal to 15. Okay, so over here now let's try to run this one. Okay, so let's click on build and run. And as you guys can see, I do have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I have already showed you guys the method of how it actually works. Let's say if I come here and if I just don't put anything, okay, let's come here and let me just delete this statement which I had, and it will basically become a infinite loop. Okay, so I will just tell you guys not to use the infinite loop because your computer might crash as well. and mostly you won't be needing the infinite loop. Okay, so for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and now I do have actually put out the minus statement. So each and every time it will see, okay, the integer number is 2, and here I do have the loop. So every time the answer will be 2, and it will just keep on producing the answer. So if I come here and if I just click on build and run, here you guys can see that I do have the infinite loop problem right over here. So for that, I will just cancel this one. And over here, now let's put number plus plus and semicolon. Okay, so again, if I run this particular code, that will basically run quite properly. Okay, so this is the usage of the while loop, which actually comes here, and according till the time the condition which you have mentioned doesn't become false, it will keep on printing. Okay, so over here, this is basically the while loop. Okay, so another loop which I am going to tell you guys over here is basically the do while loop. Okay, so for do while loop, what you guys can do is you guys can come here, and as you guys can see that I do have the loop over here after the variable. Okay, but over here, let's say now if I just run this particular code, it will basically run quite properly. But if I come here and in integer number, if I just give uh 18, let's say, okay, so it won't run at all. Okay, so over here, if I just give the integer number as 18, here only it will see that, okay, the number is big, so it is already a false statement, so it won't print anything. So let me just show you guys over here. Okay, so you guys can see it didn't print anything at all. But over here, if you just want to print one statement, so for that, what I need to do is I need to come here. I need to basically take this one, okay, this particular statement right over here, control X, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to print this one just over here, which is control V. If you do want to give it up a space, you guys can come here and you guys can basically put out the condition later, and over here now you guys can just put do. Okay, so let's go with do right over here, and as you guys can see, now I do have put out the do condition. So after the integer, I'm telling that this is a do condition, so at least one variable should be printed. Okay, so over here now it shows me that first print the number. Okay, so the variable contains 18, and after that the line will finish. But over here now, as you guys can see, it will show me that if you want to plus any number, let's say number 18 plus 1, which will become 19, and after that it will come here in the while loop and it will see that the statement is false and it won't print anything. So let's come here, let's click on build and run. So well, I do have forgot to give the semicolon. And if I just come here and if I just run this code, you guys can see at least 18 is being printed. But over here, the condition was that the number need to be less than or equals to 15, but still 18 is presented because now my loop is underneath the condition. Okay, so first it is actually looking at what should I print, what are the variables present, and lastly, it is coming to the condition where it shows that, okay, this is a false statement and it doesn't loop back again. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone. So now we are on our chapter number 19, where we will be learning about the for loop. Okay, so in our last class, we have learned about the while loop, and over here we will learn that why do we use for loop instead of the while loop. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I do have created up a new project of for loop. And now inside my main function, as you guys can see that I do have the while loop. But here we are going to learn about the for loop in this particular class. And first we need to learn what is a for loop. So in C++, the for loop is basically used to iterate a part of the program several times. Okay, so over here in our last classes, what did we see? So we do have put up a variable which value is 2, and every time over here I do have the while loop and I do have provided a condition and I told them basically to print, and after that I am telling them to increase this particular number by 1 each and every time it's getting looped. But over here using the for loop we will also be able to calculate that how many number this particular thing is getting looped. Okay, like how many times this particular number is basically getting looped. We will be learning about that. So a for loop is also a control flow statement that is basically used to execute a piece of code based on the validity of some conditions over here. Okay, and also a for loop is basically a repetition control structure that basically allow us to write a loop that is executed for a specific numbers of time. Okay, this particular loop actually enables us to have more control over our formula. Okay, so now let's see over here that how you will be able to write up a for loop. Okay, so over here the same way, okay, I will see, or I will just take this particular integers right here. So if I want to run up a for loop, let's come here and let's type for, and after that I will just open parenthesis right over here. Okay, let's open parenthesis, and inside, as you guys can see, in while loop I only do have one condition. Okay, so in the while loop, what is the condition? So here it says that if my number is less than or equals to 15, till that time it will keep on looping. Okay, but here what I want is, instead of doing this, I want to come here and I want to put these conditions, and also I want to put the variable inside that. And also here, as you guys can see, that I'm incrementing my number with this set of code. I will put all of those inside this particular parenthesis. So first thing first, let's type integer, and over here, as you guys can see, I do have the variable as number. So instead of number, I will just type n, and I'll just put n equals to 2. Okay, so I'll just put n equals to 2, and after each and every condition, or after each and every statement, I need to put out the semicolon. And after writing the semicolon, I'll just give out some space. And over here, as you guys can see, now the second part is that I do have to provide the condition. Okay, so the condition over here is n should be less than equal to, let's come here, it should be less than equal to 15. Okay, so it should be less than and equal to 15. And now again over here I will just use up a semicolon, and let's give it up a space. And lastly, what I'll do is I will just provide that increment, which is n plus plus. Okay, so I'll just put n plus plus right over here. And also over here I won't be using the semicolon over here. Instead, I will be using the curly brackets. Okay, so let's type the curly bracket right over here. And now, as you guys can see, under for loop, I do have the variable and I do have the value. And after that, I do have the condition. And next I do have that I can also increment this particular set of number. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see now, this is just the same thing. Okay, as you guys can see, this while loop is also the same thing, but here I am writing this one in a shortcut. Okay, I am just finishing this one in 2 lines because I do have to type this particular statement as well. Okay, so for that, let's come here. Let's just copy this top statement, which is Control C. And let's come here. Let's click on Control V. And over here, I do want to print N. Okay, because I don't have number. So I will just print this N variable over here. And over here, if you take a look in the for loop, first I'll be providing the for loop, and again I will just give the variable. They will check that if the statement is true or not, and it will increment it by 1 and it will print. And again, once it is done printing, again it will come here and it will repeat the same process, which will also tell me that how many times that it is being looped. So let's come here. Let's just delete this one. Okay, let's come here. Let's just delete this one. Let's go with backspace right over here. And if you do want me to run this one, let's come here and let's try to run this particular code. So let's click on build and run, and let's wait. And here, as you guys can see, that I do have all the values right over here from 2 till 15. Okay, and if you just count over here from 2 till 15, you will be able to see that how many times it has been looped over here. Okay, so this is uh using for loop, like how you will be able to use up a for loop right over here. And now let's say that you do have an array. Okay, so inside the array, you do have a particular set of numbers and you want to loop those particular set of numbers. Let's say you do have 5 numbers and you want to loop those 5 numbers accordingly. So here you need to specify that how many times you want it to loop. So in that case, now let's come here and let's see how you will be able to do that, which is one of the main features of the for loop. So first thing first, again, I will just come here on top. Okay, so let's come here. Let's click on enter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to type int, which is the data type. And over here, now I'm going to name this array as num. Okay, so I will just name this one as num. And for arrays, we know that we do have to put out the square bracket, but inside the square bracket, I won't put anything right over here. Now let's put equals to, and the value which I'm going to put inside the array should be inside this curly bracket. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I will just put out all of this inside this curly bracket. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to provide here some numbers. Okay, let's go with 3 comma 7 comma 4 comma 8 comma 9 comma 11. Okay, so basically right over here we already know that in arrays, if I want to get access to this particular number, let's say if I want to get access to 3, I do have to put out the index number. Okay, so if I want to access 3, I need to put 0 as this is the first number, and the index number starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, as I do have these 6 objects right over here. So for me, what I can do is I will come here and inside the for loop, inside integer, I will just put over here as 0. Okay, and now as I do have the 6 objects and the index number till 5, I will put 6 steps. So I'll just specify that till 6 steps it will work over here, and under here I want to print the num. Okay, so not the n, not the integer right over here, because over here specifically I am telling about the steps. Okay, so let's come here, and over here now I will just name this one as num. And over here now let's open the square bracket, and here inside I will just type n. Okay, so as you guys can see, if you just take up a look here, I'm telling them to print the num. Okay, so over here num is the array, and inside the num I'm telling to actually print out the step. So how the step will be count? Here you guys can see n is equals to the step. So it will just start from 0, as we already know that index number over here. So every time it's looping, it will come here and it will just increment this by 1. Okay, so as this is 0, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so over here I'm telling them to loop it for 6 times. So let's come here and let's run this particular code. And here now, again, it's taking up a bit time. And here, as you guys can see, that now all these codes are being executed. Okay, so you guys can see 3, 7, 4, 8, 9, 11, and 16 right over here. So this is how you guys can actually work. And also if you just decrease the number right over here, let's say if I wanted to loop 5 times. Okay, so I'm just specifying the steps that I want it to loop 5 times. You guys will be able to see all the things I do have right over here. Okay, so let's come here and let's build and run. And inside the array, you guys can see that I do have all the 6 components inside this answer. So yeah, I hope you guys to have understood about the usage of the for loop. Okay, how it is different from a while loop. Like you will be able to specify that how many steps you want to work it as well. So I hope to see you all in the other chapters. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone. So now this is our class project, and this is the class project one where we will be making a guessing game. Okay, so over here we will have a secret number, and we do have to find out the secret number with a certain number of cases available. So we'll see how you can actually build such a game over here in C++. So first look at the steps that what all we need to follow. Then basically we will move on to our code blocks and we'll start the programming. So over here, as you guys can see, I do have the name of the class project as making a guessing game. And for description, it shows that creating a guessing game in C++ involves several steps. And this code basically provides a basic structure for a guessing game. You can further enhance it by adding features like counting the number of attempts, which we'll do, and also providing a range of guesses. So let's go on to the steps. So step 1, create a new project. Step 2, create your variables and put the secret number. Step 3, start your while loop and write your condition. Step 4, use the if statement to limit the number of guesses. Step 5, also use the if statement to print the outcome after collecting the user input as well. And lastly, for step 6, save the file and upload it in our project panel. So for outcome, you guys can expect creating a guessing game in C++ is a rewarding exercise which will strengthen your understanding of fundamental programming concepts while providing a base for further enhancement and learning. So now let's go to our code blocks and let's see how this programming is done. So from here, now the first step is create a new project. Okay, so from here, now I will just click on console application. Let's click on go. I will select the C++ language. Let's click on next and I will name this one as CP1, which is class project 1. I'll click on next and let's finish this up. Okay. And now let's go back and let's go to projects. And from projects, I'll go to sources and I'll just go to my main CPP. Okay. So now let's try to see over here. Let's say if I want to create a guessing game. So now from here, let's just delete this particular line. Okay, so this is just a simple programming. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to come here and first we will learn the simplest way of creating a guessing game where we will have uh, infinite numbers. Okay, so I will just click on int. Okay, I will just create an integer over here and now I will name this variable as secret. So secret equals to, let's say 5 is my secret number. Okay, so I'll just close this down with a semicolon. Let's click on enter and let's come here and over here now again what I'm gonna do is I will just select or I will just create another variable which will be an integer is I will name this one as guesses. Okay, so let's name this one as guesses and let me just close this one with a semicolon as well. So now once I do have created both of this variable, the next thing is I will come here and I will start the while loop which we do have learned. So from here now, after I do have write about the while loop, I will just open parenthesis right over here and I will put out the condition. Okay. So the condition is that till the time I don't tell what is the secret number is, I will have a question in which they'll ask me my guess again. Okay, so over here the condition is that secret, like this is basically my secret number, so I will just put secret is not equal to, and you just need to put out an exclamation for that, not equals to, let's put equal to sign guess. And now let's come back over here and now let's open a curly bracket. Let's click on enter and over here now I want to print. So what do I want to print over here is basically the question that I'm going to ask. Okay, so let's come here and let's ask the question, and from here I will ask tell your guess. Okay, and now let's put out a colon, let's give it up a space, and after this exclamation mark I will just give out a semicolon as well. Okay, and after that let's click on enter, and now I do also want to store the information which is basically provided by the user using scene. Okay, and for scene I will use the double greater than, and now over here I will just type guess, and now I will provide the semicolon right over here as well. And also, like if you get the correct answer over here, I will just type count and let's open this exclamation. Let's say you won. Okay, so I do want to type you won right over here, and as you guys can see now, if I come here and if I just run this particular code, here you guys can see that I am being showing some problem. Okay, so I will just put guesses. Okay, so this is not guess as I do have provided this one over here, so I do need to put guesses only. Okay, so I'll just put guesses over here, and also in scene I will just calculate the guesses right over here. So now let's try to build and run this code. And now you guys will see this particular code being getting executed. Okay. So here now, as you guys can see now, if I just put 7, if I click on enter, again, if I click on 8, let's put 11, again, 7609. Okay, so it will just keep on asking me the number of guesses till I don't give the correct answer. But here in guessing games, what I need to do is I need to put out a limit. So let's say if I just put on 5 over here, and if I click on enter, you guys can see this is actually getting completed. And here it's written that you won. But over here now, I want to make some changes. Okay, in the while loop, because over here I want to give on some other condition and I want to involve the if statement over here as well. So to do that, let's come here, let's click on enter and let's add more variables. So I will just come here, I will just type an integer, and this variable is for the number of count that I am guessing. Okay, so I will name this one as g count, and over here I will just give or provide this value with 0. Okay, so equals to 0 semicolon. Let's click on enter, and again I will just type, and over here I will provide g limit equal to, so how many limit that I want to provide? Let's say I want to give them 4 limits. Okay, like 4 times they can try. Otherwise, it will show them that they lost. Okay, otherwise they won't get any chances. And also, as I do have created, because the count will start from 0 because I didn't count yet. And also the limit is 4. And the next one is I'm going to use a Boolean value. And for Boolean value, I will just name this one as no more guesses. Okay, so I will just put out this variable, okay, which is no more guesses. And over here, this particular statement is basically false till now because I didn't put or I didn't do any counting yet. So for that, let's come here and let's put out the semicolon. And now till this much, I hope you guys to have understood. Now let's come here into the while loop. Okay, so once I'm over here in the while loop, now what I can do is, as I do have this one right over here, I will just keep it the way it is. And also instead of this, I want to put some other condition. Let's put the and statement. So here I do already have this, and also now I will put the and statement, and in the and statement I want it to repeat till the time it's not out of guesses or no more guesses. Okay, so I will just click or I will just type no more guesses. Okay, so over here I will just keep this one, and now again you guys can come down and you guys can start using the if statement. So I'll just come down right over here, and over here now let's type out the if statement. Okay, so let's type if, and let's open parenthesis, and over here now I want this one to basically repeat till the time the g count is less than the g limit. Okay, so I will just type that one. So g count should be less than the g limit. Okay, and also over here, as I do have already written this one, okay, if this one is as g limit, now let's come here and let's open up a parenthesis. Okay, so let's come here and let's open up this curly bracket over here. Okay, and this particular bracket, I'm going to come here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to click enter. Otherwise, let's come here and let's go on top, and as I do have all of this, let's click on enter. And after writing this enter, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to check the guess count each and every time they misguess anything. I want to add a number to the guess count. Okay, so for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to type g count plus plus. Okay, and I will just close this down with a semicolon. Okay, so this is the if statement for me. Okay, and now let's come here, and over here again let's add another curly bracket. Okay, so I'll just add one curly bracket right over here, as you guys can see. Okay, so here I do have one particular curly bracket, and also over here I do have the other curly bracket as well. Okay, so here you guys can see there is pair. So now as the if statement is done, let's come here and let's type out the else statement. And for the else statement, I will come here again. I will just open up the curly bracket. Let's click on enter and let's create up this space. And over here now, let's click on enter. And here, once they don't have no more guesses, the variable which I have over here, no more guesses. So I will just double click this one. When this is equals to true, then this particular statement should stop creating more. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have over this one, and also once you're trying to print the result, I will just print it accordingly. Okay, so let's come here. I will just type if, and let's open parenthesis, and over here if no more guesses. Okay, so if no more guesses, statement becomes true. So let's come here, let's provide up a curly bracket. So I will just put count less than you lost. Okay, so I will just put you lost. As you guys can see, if the no more guesses statement becomes true, then it will show me you lost as the result. Okay, and let's come here, let's click on enter again. And now let's come here, basically let's give it up a space. I will just type else, and let's open up another curly bracket. Let's click on enter, let's click enter again, and over here count you won. Okay, so I will just show that you won statement right over here. Let's close this down, and also let's put out a semicolon right over here. So over here, let me just explain you guys this whole code again. Sometimes it might look a bit messy like this. So here you guys can see that I do have all these variables. Okay, so here as you guys can see, in the while loop, I'm telling that till the time the secret number is not equal to the guesses. As you guys can see, I don't have any value for guesses, and it's not equal to no more guesses. Like if the statement remains false, then only you should keep on going the loop. So here also you guys can see under the if statement, if the g count or the guess count is less than the g limit, then again ask me this question, which is tell your guess, and the user input is equals to the guesses. So as you guys can see, the input over here is equals to guesses, and each time the g count will get +1 every time it is getting looped. Otherwise, if you give the right answer, it will just come here, and here it will show no more guesses. And also here, as you guys can see, if there is no more guesses, it will show you you lost. Otherwise, it will show you won. Okay, so now let's run this particular code. Let's come here, And from here, now let's just type some random number. Let's go with 9. Let's go with 11. And this is my last try where I will just put out a random number, and here it shows that you lost. But the same way, if I come here and also now let's put 5, let's click on enter, and here you guys can see that it shows me that I won or you won. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. So I hope to see you all in some other chapters. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to our class project 2, where we will be making a basic calculator. So I'll be showing you guys how you will be able to do that. So first, let's look at the steps of what all we need to do, then we will get started. So here, as you guys can see, the name of the class project is making a basic calculator. Well, I do have a description and outcome which you guys can read, but for me, I will directly go on to the steps. So step 1, create a new project. Step 2, select the data type you want to work with. It can be an integer, it can be a float value, or it can be a double data type. Step 3 is create the variable. Step 4 is using count to print the question asked in console. Save the user input using the sin statement and put the operator accordingly. Like if you do want to do plus, you guys can put plus. If you want to do minus, you guys can put minus. If you want to multiply, you guys can use asterisk. If you want to divide, you guys can use slash. Okay. And once the code is executed, save the file and make sure to upload it in our project panel. So now let's go to code blocks and let's see how it's done. So first thing first, from here, I will just click on file. Let's click on new. And from here, I will just click on project. So let's go on console application. I'll click on go. I will select C++. And for the project title, I will name this one as CP2. Okay, so CP2, I will just click on next and I'll just click on finish. And over here now, I will select sources. And here, as you guys can see, I will come here in the main CP. And from here, as you guys can see that I do have this code, I will delete this one. And first thing, I will just type out the variable. So let me just use the data type, which is a double data type. And here, now I will be providing it with two numbers. Okay, so I will just name those as num1. Okay, so otherwise, let's go with number, or let's go with no 1, and I'll just give out a comma and I will just provide this as number 2. So once this is done, let's close this down with a semicolon, and now I do want to print. Okay, so let's go with count double less than sign. Let's open the exclamation and I will type the first number, the first number, and I will just give it a colon. Let's give it up a space. And after this, what I'll do is I will come here. I will just close this down with a semicolon. Let's come down and I'll just type sin, and I will use the double greater than sign. And over here, I want to save this one as num1. Okay, so over you guys can see I want to save this one as num1, and also I will just close this one with a semicolon. Okay, so now let's come here and let's just copy this. Okay, so let's come here and let's click Control C, and over here I will just put out the Control V, and over here now I will just change this statement the second number, and over here in the user input I will signify this one as the number 2. Okay, and over here now I do have to put out the condition that what do I want to do with this number. So what do I want to read? Let's go with count double less than sign, and after that I will just put that, let's say if I want to actually do addition, so I will just put num1 plus num2, and I will just close this down with a semicolon over here as well. Okay, so if you just look at this statement, you guys can see I do have created the variable which is num1 and num2. I didn't give any value, but over here now in the console, this particular question they will ask, and if I just put out input, what it will do is it will take that as the result of num1. Okay, and over here you guys can see the same way over here for this particular question, it will take the user input as number 2, and over here lastly they will execute that what is the addition of num1 and num2 is, and it will show me the answer correctly. So if I just click on build and run over here, if I just put 2 and if I just put 9, here you guys can see they will show me 11 as the answer. So the same way you guys can come here and you guys can just change this one. Let's say you guys can do minus as well. Okay, let's come here. Let's click on build and run. If I put 8 and if I put 4 and if I click on enter, you guys can see the answer is 4. So this is how you guys can create up a basic calculator in C++. So I'll be waiting for you guys to send me this particular work into our project panel. Okay, you guys can just save it up from here, like save project as, and you guys can upload it in our project panel. So take care everyone, keep on practicing your programming in C++.